He has been in and out of parliament. Yes. Majority Leader, can you lay your papers?
2 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 4th December, 2025, evening sitting. One is the annual report of the National Assembly for the financial year 2024-2025. Two, the intergovernmental partnership agreement between national government through the Ministry of Education and County Government of Garissa. Three, reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following. And I'll just read them. A, business service registration, official receiver. B, Chuka Technical and Vocational College. C, Commission for University Education, Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. D, Cooperative Societies Liquidation Account. E, Ijara Technical and Vocational College. F, Jeremiah Nyaga National Polytechnic. G, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. H, Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. I, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. J, Kenya Tsetsefly and Trypanosomiasis Eradication Council. K, Kirua Technical Training Institute. L, Kisii National Polytechnic. M, Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. N, North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency. O, Nyandarua National Polytechnic. Nyeri National Polytechnic. Pharmacy and Poisons Board. Policy Holders Compensation Fund, Car, Mortgage and Loan Scheme. S is the Privatization Commission Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. T is the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Staff Loans Scheme Fund. U is the Revenue Statements of the Business Registration Service. V is Sigalagala National Polytechnic. W is the State Department for Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development. X, State Department for Higher Education and Research. Y, State Officers Mortgage Scheme Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. And finally, Z, the Kenya Scouts Association. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Chepkonga, or yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Gishimu.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 4th December, 2025. Report of the Committee of the Delegated Legislation on consideration of the privileges and immunities, into bracket, the Global Center for Adoption Order 2025.
Adoption or adaptation?
Sorry, let me repeat.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 4th December 2025. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its adaptation into bracket order 2025. I beg to lay. Thank you.
Thank you. Transport Committee Chair, you said you'll take 3 minutes. GK, you said you'll take about 3 minutes?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, but I can't see the Honorable Member for Machakos.
Then stay your statement.
Thank you.
Now I'll go to our members. For new members making the maiden speech, you know the rules. No interruption. Even if there's something you don't like, you just listen until a member finishes what they're saying. Yes, Gikari, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to indulge you on a statement that I was supposed to deliver as you are directed on Tuesday.
We'll come to statements later.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
sorry, Honorable Speaker.
we'll come to statements later. Let me start with the youngest of them all, Boyd Were. You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Since I will not want to interrupt you, obey the rules and spend 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Let me state that I'm deeply honored and privileged to be part of this great house. Today, I rise not with the pride of victory, but with the solemn weight of destiny. I stand before you as the youngest member of parliament, a son of Kasipul, whose journey has been shaped by pain, promise, and profound responsibility. My election is not just a triumph of youth. It is a testament of the resilience of our people, the power of democracy, and the belief that leadership belongs to those who willing to serve with integrity and courage. Honorable Speaker, this victory carries both joy and unbearable sorrow. I stand here with two fresh graves behind me. My father, who paid the ultimate price for public service, and Baba, His Excellency Raila Odinga, whose guidance I longed for as I began this journey. Today, I walk forward holding only their memories. May the soil rest lightly upon them, and may their spirits go before me with the fierce grace of ancestors who never bowed to fear. To the Almighty God, I offer my deepest gratitude. His hand has carried me through mourning, through battle, through a campaign that tested every fiber of my being. May my service reflect His wisdom, humility, and justice. Honorable Speaker, I am nothing without those who stood with me. To our party leader, Honorable Dr. Uhuru Odinga, your steady hand anchored me when the ground beneath my feet felt uncertain. To the loyal friends of Ogai Mamilambo, led by our ODM chair, Her Excellency Gladys Wanga, you believed in a young, grieving orphan when many had written me off. You wrapped me in courage, loyalty, and a shield of protection when grief and duty collided. I will forever be indebted. I extend heartfelt appreciation to the broad-based fraternity, our members of parliament, MCAs, for standing firmly with me and with the people of Kasipul. To the many leaders, friends, and pillars of strength whose names cannot all be mentioned today, please know that I am profoundly indebted. To my family, thank you for your love, sacrifice, and strength. Honorable Speaker, I rise on the shoulders of generations before me, but I also rise carrying the fire of a new generation that refuses to be silent. Gen Z is rising, grateful for the government's commitment to growing our GDP and strengthening our economy, yet yearning for something deeper. A Kenya where national progress is measured not only in numbers, but in human dignity. We dream of a country where every young person can access decent work, earn a fair income, and support their family with pride. We seek accountability, transparency, and zero tolerance to corruption. A Kenya where public institutions are trusted, where integrity is non-negotiable, and where justice is not a privilege but a right. We long for a nation where opportunity is fair, governance is humane, the environment is protected, and where success is guided by a gross happiness index. A society where citizens are not only economically active, but emotionally safe, socially supported, and able to breathe freely in their own country. This is the Kenya Gen Z believes in. This is the Kenya we are ready to build. Honorable Speaker, my father was not simply taken by fate. He was killed. And as a son, I stand here with a heart that still seeks answers. Honorable Speaker, when my father was taken from us, the wound cut deep. But that was not the first grave I learned to stand beside. I lost my mother, the late Immaculate Adhiambo Amoth, long time before I became the man I am today. I grew up knowing the weight of absence, the ache of needing a parent who is no longer there to guide you, to pray for you, to dream for you. And yet, Honorable Speaker, here I stand, the orphan they thought will break, the boy they expected to fade quietly into grief, but I rise today, carrying their names on my shoulders and their strength in my bones. To my late mother, your son did it. Even when they killed our father, your son still stood. Your son still fought. Your son kept going. I hope today, wherever you rest, you feel proud of the man I'm becoming and the service I'm stepping into. I long for truth, for closure, and for justice. Not the justice of retaliation, but the justice that restores dignity, honors life, and heals broken communities. I seek no revenge. Revenge cannot raise the dead, cannot comfort a grieving family, and cannot build a nation. Instead, I seek healing, reconciliation, and an end to the cycles of violence that have stolen too many fathers, mothers, and children from this country. Today, I honor not only my father, but all those who lost their lives in the violence witnessed during their campaigns. Their memories must strengthen our resolve to
Give him 1 minute.
to build a Kenya where no family loses a loved one because of politics, and where elections never again leave empty chairs at dinner tables. May their memories become seeds of peace, not bitterness. The levels of violence we witnessed, where even an honorable member of parliament like Honorable Peter Kaluma was attacked on voting day, clearly shows that we must act and act urgently. I thank him for standing with me throughout the campaigns and for standing firmly for democracy during its most trying hour. I invite Kenyans, the government, faith leaders, civil society, and our international partners to work with me on this journey of healing. Let us build a country where political competition never again demands human blood, where democracy is defended by ideas, not intimidation, and where every family, regardless of tribe or party, can live without fear. To the people of Kasipul, I am fully aware of the immense responsibility you have placed upon my shoulders. I promise to be the voice of the widowed mother, the struggling youth, the farmer tending hope in hard soil, and the child yearning for opportunity. I recognize the work before us. I know the urgency of electricity, clean water, modern road networks, and sustained development. These are not ambitions, they are necessities, the foundation upon which dignity and progress stand. Together, we shall walk a transformative journey, one that will redefine Kasipul. A journey where our constituency will no longer be associated with violence, but celebrated as a hub of development, a center of peaceful coexistence, and a thriving economy driven by unity and purpose. Mr. Honorable Speaker, this is not just my assignment, it's a covenant with my people, with my generation, and with the ancestors who walked before us. God bless Kasipul, God bless Kenya. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Njeru Leo wa Mutende.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here humbled, deeply honored to have been elected as a Member of Parliament for Mbeere North. It was not easy, and I thank God for the opportunity to serve the people of Mbeere North. He stood with me and actually defended my win and therefore the will of the people of Mbeere North. I thank my family, starting with my wife, who stood with me and by my side throughout the campaigns. She stood before women and told them they can have me, and I'm so happy that I came back to her in one piece and unscathed. I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya for his exemplary leadership, and that inspires people like me to get out of our comfort zones to join him in leadership. I thank the Deputy President who came and brought fire to Mbeere North, and by the time he was done, Bwekse was actually a greeting in Mbeere North, and it still is today. I thank Cecily Mbarire, Her Excellency, the Governor of Embu County, who worked with me throughout the journey and even led the opposition to call me a medicine she's carrying around in Mbeere. And I accepted to be that medicine, but not and for the problems of Mbeere North. I want to, who was a member in this house, who you know served well with distinction. He actually made it very easy for me to sail through because of the good things he had done for Mbeere people and the way he performed in this parliament. To the people of Mbeere North, I thank you. I'm deeply honored. And I say, I made pledges, I made promises. I will stay focused in leading you to achieving the goals we set together. One being the bursaries, which are as we agreed, will be equitably distributed. The free day secondary school, fighting for our roads, as I did this morning when I visited the Director General for Kera. And legislation, as you can see, I'm here today, ready to serve you and oversight even the national government CDF. I will be a good steward and ensure that every shilling is spent well to your benefit. I want to appreciate the people of Mbeere North again for sustaining a good campaign period despite provocation by opponents who came and left a trail of insults and injuries. But I say we stood firm, and I stand here today as a testament of a peaceful people who are ready to be served and who are ready to stay within government. To my colleagues in this honorable house, I promise to work with you. I promise to be a good member, to contribute to debates. And as we break, I want to wish you all good holidays with your families, even as we take a rest and come back ready to serve our people. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that my campaigns were not easy. In fact, if you noticed, a man who served in your seat was filmed while almost decapitating a young man. I want to say, in as much as we have opposition and we differ, I want to say it's good to apply restraint, especially for members of this House. We are called honorable members, and I want to say, as a man who witnessed that before elections and post-election, post my election, I will stand firm to ensure that that doesn't happen, that does not happen to my people. I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and I promise to serve my people and fulfill the promises I made, which were many, so that all who voted for me and those who even didn't vote for me find fairness in my leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Amudende. That man you are referring to was not only my classmate, but also roommate. And I have absolutely nothing with what he did. Omondi Moses Okoth.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise with deep gratitude to the people of Ugunja for entrusting me with their mandate in the recently concluded by-election, which were conducted in a peaceful and democratic manner. Their confidence in me is both humbling and inspiring. And their confidence also has also taught me a lesson of resilience and inclusivity. Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend my appreciation to my opponents, who are 9 in total. Their participation enriched the democratic process and ensured that the campaigns were vibrant, competitive, and reflective of the will of the people. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution envisaged dialogue, collaboration, coalitions as instruments of unity. The broad-based coalition that brought together my party, ODM, and our president exemplifies this vision. It steered our republic away from the moments of uncertainty and reset the path toward peace and stability, paving way for the transformative development across the country. Mr. Speaker, in Ugunja, we are already witnessing tangible progress. I must mention to this House that the President recently, a few months ago, was in Ugunja and launched a mega water project that is serving the 2 constituencies. The project is known as Ukwala Sega Water and Sanitation Project, which has really brought a lot of changes, because as you're aware, water is really a basic utility or commodity. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, there are quite a number of projects that have been earmarked by the national government for implementation. There is the currently ongoing construction of a modern market in Sidindi Market, We also have a road known as Sidindi, Sigomre, Masiro, which has equally been marked for tarmacking, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as the member of Parliament for Ugunja, I have no reservation whatsoever to support this government, known as the broad-based government. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives, I'm sure that they will spur economic growth, enhance accessibility, and uplift the livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the broad-based government also elevated my former boss, the CS for Energy and Petroleum, Opio Wandai, who was a dedicated development-oriented leader to national responsibilities in clean and sustainable energy programs. His example sets a standard for me, and I'm determined to uphold and build upon that legacy in Ugunja. For records, members, Omondi, who is now before you, has been the manager for constituency since 2013. And that has given me leverage on development agenda. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I pledge not to disappoint the people of Ugunja. My mission is to shape a vision that promotes continuous development, strengthen my oversight and respective roles, and ensures that the sustainable development goals are localized and realized within our constituency. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you.
Well done, Omondi. Ndakwa David Athman, Malava.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep humility and profound gratitude to deliver my maiden speech in this august house. I thank the Almighty God for granting me the opportunity and the privilege in this august house. Mr. Speaker, I also have to honor to be standing here as a representative of the Malava constituency. I extend my sincere appreciation to the voters of Malava constituency from all wards, mentioning West Kabras, East Kabras, South Kabras, Chimuche, Shiruku Mugai, Manda Shivanga, and Putali Chekulo. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply honored by their confidence, and I commit myself to serving with integrity, intelligence, and unwavering dedication. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like also to acknowledge the County Assembly of Kakamega led by Speaker Namazi James, where I have served as a member of the County Assembly for West Kabras and also as a leader of minority for 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge my family who has given me the support, my party leader, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Speaker of the National Assembly who is dedicated, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, Prime Cabinet Secretary, who has been a mentor to me all through, and the entire leadership of the party, UDA, my campaign team, and also the entire broad-based government whose sacrifices made this journey possible. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to acknowledge my predecessors, Weranga Imasinde, Buruti Nabwera, Joshua Ngatia, Soida Shitanda, Malulu Injendi, may his God rest soul in eternal peace, who served this constituency before me, and I recognize their contribution, and I pledged to build upon their foundation that they laid. Honorable members, I stand here not merely as an individual, but as a voice for the aspiration and struggles that we go through and hopes of the people of Malava constituency who have elected me. My constituency faces challenges that require urgent and collective actions. Among them is poor facility in education, impassable roads, struggling agriculture, especially in the sugar sector, lack of electricity, and poor health facilities, lack of piped water, unemployment among the youth, an empowered, vulnerable group of women and people living with disabilities, among others. It is my firm commitment, Mr. Speaker, that we champion legislation, policies and development initiatives that uplift the living standards of our people and contribute to the prosperity of this nation. My vision, Mr. Speaker, is anchored in transparency, accountability, and service delivery. I affirm my commitment to be a servant leader to the people of Malava, and I promise to remain accessible to my constituency, to uphold the dignity of this House, and work tirelessly for the unity and progress of our beloved nation. I pledge to approach my duties with humility, to listen more, to learn from those who walked this path before me in performing these duties of legislation, oversight, and representation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank you, honorable members. I thank the people of Malava for having elected me, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members for Mbeere North, Malava, Ugunja, and Kasipul for your maiden statements in the House. Next, when we resume, you'll now be at liberty to participate in any and every debate in the House, subject to your relevance. And at that time, you are also open to points of order and any other interruptions that your members, colleagues may wish, if and when they feel you have gone the wrong way. And I wish you a good journey in the politics of this House. I was at where you are in 1992 in this House. As I wish you a long, fruitful journey. When all of you came to see me, I told you in this House, identify people who can mentor you. We have seniors here who can mentor you, who can assist you in getting to know the standing orders. Don't pick negative activities of howling in the House, or sometimes resisting when the chair tells you point of order, you persist on remaining upstanding and gesturing menacingly at others. That is not how you grow in politics. I'm not pointing out at any member. I'm just saying that I expect nothing less. To whom more is given, much more is expected. Thank you. Next order. Sorry.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Gishimu, you can come now. So after Gishimu's notice of motion, you go to number 8, then you come to statements. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee of the Delegated Registration on its consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order, published as legal notice number 82 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and declares that the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order, legal notice number 82 of 2025, a nullity for failing to comply with Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, that requires the regulatory making authority to submit the draft order of the approval for approval by the Parliament before publication of the order and infringing Article 94, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution relating to the principles and Section 13A of the Statutory Instrument Act, Cap 2A. I beg to give this notice, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. Next order. Honorable members, I shall reorder the order paper, so we'll skip number 7 for now, go to 8 and 9, and then come back to questions and statements, because those ones are rather brief. Thank you. Read out order 8.
Order number 8, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Secretary, Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC.
Chairperson, Labour Committee. Chairperson, Labour Committee. Yeah? Okay, proceed. Give him the mic.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that taking into consideration the finding of a Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of nominee for appointment as the Commission Chief Executive Officer for Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and pursuant to provision of Section 16(1) of Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 4/2D, and Section 3 and 8 of Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, CP 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Ali Abdullahi Sulo as the Commission Secretary, Chief Executive Officer for Salary and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 27, 2025, the Speaker of the National Assembly relayed the message from the Chairperson SRC to the members and referred the nominee's name together with the curriculum vitae to the Departmental Committee on Labor for approval. Approval hearing, vetting, and reporting to the House. Noting that the House would be proceeding on a long recess on 5th December 2025, the committee was expected to conduct the approval hearing and report to the House before the commencement of the recess. Honorable Speaker, in fulfillment of the previous Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution, Section 6(4) of Public Appointment and Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, and National Assembly Standing Order 45.3, the Clerk of the National Assembly on 28 November 2025 facilitated placement of an advert in the print media notifying the public on the date, time, and place of the approval hearing of the nominee. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, the clerk invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statement on oath or affidavit with supporting evidence contesting the suitability of the nominee to hold the aforementioned office. The memoranda were to be received on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025 at 5 p.m. By the close of the deadline, the committee had not received any memorandum in support or in contestation of the suitability of the nominee. Honorable Speaker, further on 27th November 2025, the clerk wrote to the nominee notifying him of the date, time, and place of the approval hearing, which was scheduled to be conducted on Thursday, 4th December 2025, in the mini chamber, first floor, County Hall, Parliament Building at 10 a.m. Honorable Speaker, the nominee appeared before the committee on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and was orally interviewed under oath pursuant to Article 250(12) of the Constitution, Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, the Salaries and Remuneration Act Cap 412D, and National Assembly Standing Order. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the nominee met integrated threshold, demonstrated knowledge of the topic, administrative and technical issues touching on the position to which he had been nominated, and had the requisite abilities, academic qualification, and professional experience to be approved for appointment as the Commission Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, further noting the recruitment process and the subsequent recommendation for appointment as detailed in the report of the selection panel, the nomination of Mr. Ali Abdullahi Swaro as the Commission Secretary / Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission was in compliance with the Constitution and Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act Cap 412D and Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F. Honorable Speaker, emanating from the above observation, the committee recommends that the House approves appointment of Mr. Ali Abdullahi Swaro to the Commission, Secretary / Executive Officer of Salary and Remuneration Commission. I beg, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and now request Honorable Dido Lasso to second.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to second by saying as follows. Salaries and Remuneration Commission is a very important commission. It is that commission actually at one point this House was really fighting with because of the people who headed that institution. They were trying to stonewall when they should be negotiating, conversing, communicating, and being able to come forward to say, we are sorry to increase these salaries or these allowances by reason. In this particular instance, Mr. Ali, a man I know from Mandera, he is actually very qualified for this particular position. He is well educated and he studied in the area of public administration. He is also a certified human resource professional. This in the realm actually puts him in the best position to understand how to look after public officers, men and women, different categories, whether they are low in the ranking or high in the ranking, to understand that this particular job prescription, if you pay them this amount, it will not be fair. So for that reason, I am happy the committee did a thorough consideration of this particular nominee. Madam Speaker, this individual, in his last job, he was the deputy CEO of the political parties. And he has also a knack for understanding the influence of politics in employment, in salaries, and also understanding that salaries are not just a standalone thing. It is about the economy. So for that reason, I think the mover has spelled out very clearly that this particular individual is well-versed, well-qualified, and also I must quickly thank His Excellency the President for identifying minorities and marginalized groups to come to the center of his government. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of the nominee for appointment as Commission Secretary / Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 16(1) of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act Cap 412D, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Ali Abdullahi Sura as the Commission Secretary / Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. It's the mood of the House that we should put the question. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, so I'll put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee of Labor in its report on the approval hearings of a nominee for appointment as Commission Secretary / Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 16(1) of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act Cap 412D and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Ali Abdullahi Sura as the Commission Secretary / Chief Executive Officer of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, next order is 9. Call out the order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the agreement establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Resumption of debate.
Does anyone have remaining time? Members who want to debate this, kindly press the intervention button. Members who will want to contribute to this, before I propose the question, please press the intervention button so that I know you're interested in this. Okay, honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement for the establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the agreement establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Okay, she's not interested. Honorable Sylvain Sosoro. Honorable Dindi Nyoro. I think those are the only people.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And I'll take a very short time. It is important for a country and a region, a country like Kenya in a region like Africa, to have as many sources of revenue as possible and financing as possible. And Honorable Speaker, Shelter Afrique just like many other peers that deal with the regional matters, is important, and especially in providing financing that is needed in taking the economies of Africa forward. And Honorable Speaker, it is important even for our country to have subscriptions in other, and to keep on actually adding the amount of shares and subscriptions they have in some of the regional development bodies, Honorable Speaker, and especially a body like a free exim, which has always come through for a country like Kenya. Honorable Speaker, another entity like ADB, African Development Bank, we have seen it take great part in the growth of the infrastructure in Kenya, and especially citing a road like Thika Road, Honorable Speaker, which was co-funded also by the African Development Bank. And Honorable Speaker, it goes to calling, and especially the leadership of the African countries, when we talk about the bodies like this, that actually addresses the same issues that we are grappling with as the economies in the global south, and especially in the African continent, that we keep on just not giving the lip service, but the necessary support needed to grow the capitalization of these companies, to grow the core capital, to grow the shareholders' funds, so that these resources again can come back to the African continent in terms of funding critical infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, it is also important for these kind of bodies to also place merit when, and especially they are having the people who lead them, so that there is versatility also in terms of growth. Because many times we see the leadership of these bodies and these institutions, we focus more on the region in terms of where they are coming from in the African continent. And Honorable Speaker, we don't give enough emphasis on the competencies of the people, and especially who come at the helm of leading these organizations. Honorable Speaker, as I come to the close, we have seen in many countries and in many continents. Honorable Speaker, it's not a coincidence when we talk about the growth in the Asian tigers, and especially also across Asia. It is not a coincidence that one economy grows and the other neighboring economies also follow suit. It is not a coincidence that you find countries that are geographically located around one another, that when one of them leaps forward, the others also follow suit. It is deliberate, and some of them is actually catapulted, Honorable Speaker, by the regional banks which provide resources, both to the sovereign and also to the private sector, and especially in big-ticket private sector financing requirements. When you look at a country like China, for example, also, Honorable Speaker, beyond the normal commercial banks, we also have development banks owned by the government of China. This is almost similar bodies as the one we are discussing today, which mandate of these development banks, Honorable Speaker, comes into providing finances that most of the time the commercial banks will necessarily not afford, because they are able, out of their abundance of the core capital, they are able to fund huge ticket projects, both in the public sector and the private sector, and that goes a long way into growing economies. Honorable Speaker, I also want to call upon all of us, even as Kenya, to also look at models of economic growth. For example, for a country like Nigeria. Honorable Speaker, in the entire of Africa, Nigeria could be having the highest per capita concentration of black billionaires. Billionaires who are African and who are black. But Honorable Speaker, if you look at how these entrepreneurs grew, people like Aliko Dangote, the entrepreneurs in Globacom, like for example in Nigeria, entrepreneurs, the founders of UBA Bank, Access Bank, you will always find, including BUA Group, which spans across many sectors. You find that there is a lot of involvement of regional financing bodies, and especially precisely Afri-Exim. Afri-Exim has come a long way into actually shaping entrepreneurship in Nigeria, where we see big ticket private sector projects being financed even by these kind of financial institutions. And that is why it is important for Kenya to have subscriptions, but also for us to look inwards, that the private people, the private entrepreneurs, and especially those who are launching huge projects, they find avenues of also getting not so exorbitantly priced financing from these kind of bodies. Because we have seen it work, as I have said, in areas and regions like Asia. We have seen it work in countries as robustly entrepreneurial as China. And we have also seen how the economy of a country like Nigeria has gotten transformed out of the financing from bodies like Afrexim, ADB, Honorable Speaker, African Finance Corporation, Honorable Speaker, and many of such. And that is why even subscription and also additional capital for Kenya into bodies like Shelter Afrique is important, because they go into bridging infrastructure gaps that exist. Honorable Speaker, lastly, because we are discussing about financing, I know the Speaker gave a way forward in terms of what Kenyans woke up today in terms of the sale of Safaricom. And I'm putting it in here because, Honorable Speaker, a company like such, we have seen them actually funded by these kind of bodies like you are discussing today. And I'm happy the Speaker has already given a way forward that we need a robust public participation on the sale of Safaricom, because the way we are selling it at 34 shillings per share is grossly undervalued. And especially given the fact that Safaricom share was at 45 shillings in 2021 at a valuation of 1.8 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, and it will be a gross injustice to the Kenyan people when the National Treasury and government undersells such a priced asset as Safaricom, Honorable Speaker, and goes even away further of trying to securitize dividends that will be coming at future revenue from Safaricom. That beyond the consideration, the government is actually asking for dividend in advance. Kenya will exist now. Kenya will exist in the next 2 years. Kenya will exist in the next 5 years. We must stop this issue of wanting political clubs today by securitizing future revenue, because Kenya is a going concern. We will still need these revenues in the future, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, that is why the entire deal of selling 15% stake in Safaricom that Geo King is trying to do must be looked into further, and especially valuation, because the current level is grossly undervaluing Safaricom, and this cannot be tolerated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Mary Adan Kenan, are you on this one also? Because I can see your name on the screen. Who else is interested in this? The issue for Shelter Afrique. Okay, under the circumstances, I'll call on the mover to reply.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to beg to move this motion by first of all thanking all the members who showed interest in making contribution to this particular motion, appreciating the fact that Kenya and Africa has matured enough to rise and to begin to have a discussion on the financial architecture of development, starting from the Shelter Afrique that is focusing on housing, which is a critical focus on our urban cities, on our cities, and on the growth and the needs of our people. On behalf of the committee also, allow me to thank the stakeholders that were able to come forward and make substantive, informative contribution. And out of what they made their proposal is what has informed this report, to indicate that Kenyans are ready for this dimension, where we will have an institution that Kenya is a stakeholder, Kenya is the owner, Kenya is a decision maker, that even the governance of this particular financial institution will compose both the directorship made from the ministers of all member states. Kenya has been there before as hosting it here in Nairobi, but now this one is a demonstration of confidence that Kenya is ready to contribute to the growth of Africa. With that much I have said, as I appreciate the honorable members and the committee members of the Finance and National Planning, starting with the chair, vice chair, and the other members, gave their time, they devoted their time to ensure that this particular agreement has been subjected through proper legislative process to this level that today this House has adopted it for the purpose of ensuring that this African Bank is established and as a development and as an indicator that Kenya, we are rising up, Africa, we are rising up. Thank you so much, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement for establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, the year 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the agreement establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I'm going to rearrange because of a demand that has been considered and approved, I'll rearrange the business and we'll call upon the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations to move order number 14.
Order number 14, motion, report on the inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, Batuk, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th November 2025. Honorable Speaker, the report arises from an inquiry conducted by the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations into the alleged unethical, illegal and harmful conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya. The committee's inquiry was prompted by rising public concern and allegations of misconduct brought to its attention during its consideration of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Kingdom. These concerns were further supported by historical accounts contained in Volume 2A of the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission TJRC report. The main objective of the inquiry was to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the alleged malpractices within Batuk since its inception under the following terms of reference. A, to investigate the alleged ethical breaches related to ethical misconduct, including corruption, fraud, discrimination, abuse of power, and other unethical behaviors. B, to investigate allegations of human rights violations, including mistreatment, torture, unlawful detention, killings, or any other violations of internationally recognized human rights standards. And C, to assess Batuk's operational integrity, especially recognized safety protocols, compliance with legal requirements, and adherence to established military standards. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted public hearings from May 28th to 30th, 2024 in Laikipia County, Laikipia East and Laikipia North, and Samburu County. Subsequently, the committee held multiple stakeholder engagements from May 2024 through October 2025. During these sittings, the committee received oral and written submissions from affected civilians, victims, community leaders, civil society organizations, and relevant public agencies. The inquiry was consistently undermined by the refusal of Batuk officials to cooperate with the committee, despite repeated summons issued under Article 125 of the Constitution. Batuk officials declined to appear before the committee and instead routed all communication through the Ministry of Defense and Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. When, after months of evasion, a written submission was finally sent, the same was unsigned, a gesture far below the standards of intergovernmental accountability and one that reflects a troubling disregard for the authority of this House. Such conduct sets a dangerous precedent for foreign forces operating within our borders. Parliament cannot and must not be treated as a ceremonial body. Despite these challenges, the committee conducted extensive stakeholder engagements with affected communities, government agencies, civil society organizations, and independent experts. The committee also reviewed the legal framework governing Kenya-United Kingdom Defense Cooperation Agreement, DCA, and evaluated Batuk's compliance with Kenyan law, international and bilateral obligations. Honorable Speaker, the inquiry revealed consistent patterns of gross negligence in the handling of unexploded ordnance, leading to multiple civilian injuries and fatalities. Batuk's clearance protocols were found to be dangerously lax for that matter, often having hazardous remnants in public spaces. Kenyan workers hired to assist with debris clearances were not provided with protective equipment or training, exposing them to lethal risks. The inquiry also revealed a trend of sexual misconduct by Batuk official personnel, marked by rape, assault, and abandonment of children fathered by soldiers. Survivors of sexual violence reported cases being dropped or mishandled by local authorities, with many victims denied access to justice. These cases were compounded by the absence of any mechanism within either the UK or Kenyan justice system to hold Batuk soldiers accountable for child support or other consequences of such misconduct. With no independent reporting or accountability mechanism in place, Batuk's immunity from Kenyan law has fostered impunity for sexual and gender-based violence. The inquiry further revealed serious environmental degradation, including the Loldeaga fire incident, illegal dumping of military waste and toxic materials. The committee noted credible community concerns that chemical contaminations, including white phosphorus, may have polluted local soils and water sources. These ecological harms have disrupted wildlife corridors and endangered local biodiversity, with the Kenya Wildlife Service observing increased animal displacement and injury during Batuk's training sessions. Despite the scale of the disaster, Batuk has not provided any substantial remediation or compensation for this. The inquiry also highlighted opaque and inequitable compensation practice by Batuk. The committee noted cases in which ex gratia payments were offered without transparency or fair assessment of liability. In one case, Batuk claimed only 50% responsibility for an injury suffered by Losaka Lesuyan, despite compelling evidence to the contrary. For instance, the African Center for Corrective and Preventive Action noted that Kenyan courts have awarded damages in similar cases, such as Kenya shilling 7 million judgment for Mr. Longoria Mutunge, who was injured by a buried explosive, but only a fraction of such payments have been made. Honorable Speaker, considering the foregoing, the committee made a number of recommendations. One, amendments to the Kenya Defence Force Act to incorporate a visiting force code of conduct, B, a provision on zero tolerance for SGBV with survivor support and child support enforcement, environmental obligations, social responsibility, and E, civilian oversight mechanisms. Two, negotiations with the UK government to implement mechanisms to hold Batuk soldiers accountable for child support to children born out of consensual relations. Three, continued collaboration between the Office of the Attorney General and the UK Central Authority in the extradition proceedings of Mr. Robert James Purkis, the suspect in Mrs. Agnes Wanjuru murder case, pursuant to the Mutual Legal Assistance Act Cap 75A and the Extradition Act Cap 41 of the UK Public General Acts. 4, initiation of an inquest into the murder of Mr. Robert Swara Surrey. 5, investigation of the alleged cases of murder of Kenyan citizens by Batuk soldiers reported by the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights. 6, restorative justice measures, including compensation and psychosocial support for historical victims of sexual offenses perpetrated by Batuk members. Investigations of the alleged case of sexual offenses by Batuk soldiers, including historical case documented in the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission report dated 3rd May 2013. 8, establishment of a survivor liaison unit in Isiolo, Laikipia, and Samburu counties in line with the Legal Aid Act Cap 16A to offer legal aid to victims of offenses and other civil claims linked to Batuk personnel. Measures to assist victims in the settlement of civil claims, including cases of injuries sustained and loss suffered as a result of Batuk operations or activities reported by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. 10, establishment of a military-linked crimes task force to oversee evidence preservation, case tracking, and expedited investigations and prosecution of offenses committed by foreign military personnel. 11, development of a land use register of all parcels utilized by Batuk, indicating tenure, legal basis, duration, and community compensation arrangements, and an audit of historical and current Batuk land use agreements. 12, Batuk to undertake an environmental impact assessment on its training grounds, and thereafter NEMA to conduct an environmental audit in line with Environmental Management and Coordination Act Cap 387. 13, development of a wildlife displacement and damage report for areas affected by Batuk training with the policy recommendations for mitigation and restitution. Authorization of a written range safety and ordnance clearance standard operating procedure requiring 100% accounting of expended munitions, UX clearances within 2 weeks after each exercise, publication of clearance completion reports with the local authorities, and adoption of multi-agency emergency response plans supporting nearby health facilities and first responders. Honorable Speaker, we also made a recommendation on the issue of the DCA, that is the Defense Cooperation Agreement, that right now the status of that agreement certainly is in limbo, and that is what has guided the presence of the Batuk and membership here. Batuk presence here in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I just want to elaborate a few on the issue of the DCA, the Defense Cooperation Agreement between Kenya and the UK. In 2015, the UK and Kenya signed a Defense Cooperation Agreement, DCA, to strengthen defense ties and address common security challenges. This agreement was entered into force on 11th October 2016, and pursuant to Article 26(2) of the agreement, remained in effect for a period of 5 years. On 27 July 2021, Kenya and UK signed another DCA, which replaced a previous DCA signed in 2015 and expired on 6 October 2021. Pursuant to the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, the agreement was submitted to the National Assembly on 6 September 2021 for ratification. However, the agreement was not concluded by the end of the term of the 12th Parliament. The agreement was submitted on 22nd November 2022, and after consideration, the Development Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations recommended approval of the agreement with the two main reservations. A, Article 6(5) of the agreement should be amended by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph H to include murder as one of the offenses which are under the jurisdiction of the host nation. B, and Article 23 of the agreement to include corporate social responsibility. This report was tabled in the House on 21st March 2023 and was thereafter debated and adopted by the House on 13th April 2023, thereby approving the ratification of the DCA to unresolved issues that arise between the UK and Kenya after the National Assembly approved ratification with aforementioned reservations. Therefore, the 2015 DCA expired in 2021, while the 2021 DCA is yet to be ratified. This therefore raises a legal issue as to the legal framework under which Batuk is training and operating here in Kenya. An analysis of the 2015 DCA reveals that Article 26(5) provided for a savings provision for relating to jurisdiction, civil claims, and liabilities, the protection of information, and the financial arrangement between the parties for as long as necessary. However, the agreement is ambiguous as to whether these savings provisions provide a lifeline for the entire expired provisions. On matters now of DCA, it's therefore crucial that the legal status of the DCA between the UK and Kenya is swiftly resolved. Honorable Speaker, on the issues that, and I've seen it somehow on social media, we have something to do with Batuk's non-cooperation with the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Throughout the inquiry, Honorable Speaker, the committee faced considerable obstacles in securing cooperation from Batuk. Despite multiple correspondences, Batuk reported a pattern of unresponsiveness and evasion, frustrating the committee's constitutional mandate to establish the facts surrounding serious allegations made by citizens. Batuk consistently invoked immunity, citing provisions of the DCA and evading direct engagement with the committee. Instead, Batuk channeled its communication to the committee through the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, thereby undermining the inquiry. After months of non-responsiveness, Batuk ultimately responded via an undated written memorandum transmitted through the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. The response comprised unsigned submissions presented without an official letterhead, lacking any authentication or attribution to Batuk or any competent authority legally mandated to speak on his behalf. This response fell short of the standards of official government-to-government or institutional communication and demonstrates total disregard for the authority of this House. The manner in which Batuk engaged the committee reflects not only institutional content but also a broader disregard for the sovereignty of the people of Kenya, whose will is expressed through Parliament. The dismissive attitude of Batuk sets a dangerous precedent that undermines Kenya's legislative authority, public accountability, and the rights of affected communities. Honorable Speaker, and the committee actually documented 94 pages of report with annexures that have been tabled in this House. While we recognize the fact that Batuk, in one way or the other, contributes both to the economy and the training of our soldiers and their soldiers as well, but the misconduct and the misbehavior also outweigh some of the advantages that they have brought to this country. Notwithstanding, and I know that now we have a DCA that is in limbo. So the legal status of that DCA also needs to be looked into so that we know where both countries stand at this point in time. It's important that the executive also resolves that matter of the DCA so that we are not having a situation whereby a foreign force is here in the country and without any legal backing. Honorable Speaker, and with those a few remarks, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. I now call upon Honorable Martha Wangare to second this motion. I thank you.
Thank you.
Second, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to second this motion ably moved by the Vice Chair of our committee. And Mr. Speaker, right from the start, I would like to say that this report is not an easy matter, Mr. Speaker. We have gone to the ground for the last 6 months. We have gone and conducted hearings. 94 pages have actually been presented to this House, Mr. Speaker. And let me also make it clear that it is not anti-cooperation. This report is pro-accountability, Mr. Speaker. We are not saying that the cooperation should be ended, but we are saying it must be accountable to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the issues that have been raised in this report are weighty, and I feel like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I will say this here because I've seen the PS comment on Twitter about this report, and actually Batuk has also, and the British Commission has also put something on Twitter, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate and contemptuous to this House to actually comment on a report when we have not even moved it on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that has demonstrated what you have seen, the opaqueness in which these matters have been dealt with, tiptoeing around it. And Mr. Speaker, we took a lot of time to listen to stakeholders, state and non-state actors, Mr. Speaker. We listened to everyone who was invited in that public notice, Mr. Speaker. We listened to victims, survivors of GBV, families of fallen victims, Mr. Speaker, including Agnes Wanjiru's. Mr. Speaker, we listen to ex-Mau Mau veterans, we listen to ODPP, we listen to the DCI, we listen to the National Police Service, we listen to FIDA, we listen to the Human Commission on Human Rights, National Commission on Human Rights, and many others, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issues that are raised here are weighty, and we have seen a lot of bias in terms of how they have been addressed. One, Mr. Speaker, Batuk has been clearly avoiding engaging with the committee. And Mr. Speaker, Article 1, read together with Article 125 of the Constitution, gives this House the powers to summon anyone of importance, Mr. Speaker. So to see them respond in the media that they were not given that chance is not only true, it is a misrepresentation of facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of these issues are touching on lives of Kenyans. I will pick just the death of Agnes Wanjiru, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DCA, or what we call the Defense Cooperation Act, exempts even issues of murder from being dealt in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because how can you be accused of killing a 21-year-old woman and you're shipped out to the UK with no responsibility? It's only recently you have been told it will be done, Mr. Speaker. But even today, that suspect, one Mr. Robert James Pakis, has still not been prosecuted, Mr. Speaker. We have explored how the Batuk deals with other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. One case is how one Canadian was killed in Canada by a British soldier. It has also happened in Japan. They were prosecuted in those countries, Mr. Speaker. If you kill someone in Kenya, you are under the law of this country, Mr. Speaker. You cannot use the issue of immunity to escape justice and to escape a criminal responsibility. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we have recommended, first of all, the DCA must be amended, Mr. Speaker. The issues that have been exempted, Article one paragraph that we said in the reservations as we considered in the committee, Mr. Speaker, we said that the agreement must include murder as one of the offenses which are under the jurisdiction of the host nation. Mr. Speaker, that is not optional. And the fact that we continue to operate like like this House spoke in vanity and in futility, Mr. Speaker, it is actually stepping on the sovereignty of our country and of our people, Mr. Speaker. I know there have been arguments, and we listened even on the ground, and some leaders were able to join us in Laikipia and Samburu, that actually say that they are doing so much in the community. We do not disagree, Mr. Speaker. But this tokenism cannot be able to cover responsibility, transparency, and accountability of the actions of the Batuk soldiers. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the children born out of these relations they have with the Samburu, Maasai women, and the local women, Mr. Speaker, whether consensual or otherwise, it is not optional to take care of those children, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, any time the issue of DNA was raised, they actually rejected and resisted any DNA testing, Mr. Speaker, because then it would make us now lift the veil on rape accusations, and even if it is consensual, Mr. Speaker, the rights of a child under the Constitution cannot be ignored, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these soldiers in their country do not run away from their parental responsibility, but because there is no clear channels here, they get away with so much. And Mr. Speaker, it has been demonstrated, if a committee of this House, which has the mandate of the people, has struggled to get communication from the Batuk, then tell me how a hapless woman out there will be able to lodge a complaint, or the family of Agnes Wanjiru will be able to get a clear channel of communication from the Batuk. So, Mr. Speaker, this is only just a few of the issues that have been brought to fore. Mr. Speaker, the death of Tilam Leresh, still not investigated, Mr. Speaker. There was a formal inquest on this death, number 2 of 2014, and a soldier, Sergeant Madison, was actually directed to be charged for the death of this herder, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of environmental degradation, even NEMA getting a chance to engage with Batuk is a problem. NEMA is an institution that represents this country, Mr. Speaker. They are not able to get into it. And Mr. Speaker, this inquiry did not spring from nowhere. It sprang out from the TJRC report that actually enumerated sexual offenses that have been committed, enumerated the environmental degradation, and more importantly, when we were discussing the DCA, Mr. Speaker, the county government of Laikipia made a submission. And they spoke to the same issues, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we felt we will not just sweep it under the carpet. We will go to the ground and be able to listen, Mr. Speaker. Because even the ordinance disposal, Mr. Speaker, it is not being guided by the law. There are water bodies near the area where the Batuk operate, Mr. Speaker. And they have, the people there, the community there, Mr. Speaker, have actually complained of many increased respiratory diseases. Women there have complained of miscarriages, Mr. Speaker, because of the water they are drinking, the disposal, waste disposal in the rivers, Mr. Speaker. And that is an issue that must be considered, and we must be able to get to the end of it. Mr. Speaker, these ethical breaches, these human rights violations, this environmental degradation, these labor concerns, because, Mr. Speaker, we have workers there, even if they say they have employed locals, which is not a favor, Mr. Speaker, who have been acting there as casuals for 17 years. And if you raise questions, you are fired, Mr. Speaker. So these are some of the issues that we have been able to unearth using this inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the submissions and the recommendations that we have been able to make, including the changes in the law, Mr. Speaker, it's something that this House must consider. And we are saying again, it is pro-accountability, not anti-cooperation. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that I would speak to is the issue of the DCI, because we said the DCI should investigate the alleged case of sexual offenses by Batuk soldiers, including historical documented cases, because they are there, Mr. Speaker. If you read the TJRC report, you'll be able to see over 2,000 documented, and those are the ones that have been reported. Mr. Speaker, we have the issue of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and when I see the PS make careless comments, Mr. Speaker, I wish they could actually focus on what we would need to do for this country, Mr. Speaker. The MFA should initiate negotiation with the UK government, and within 3 months after the adoption of this report by the House, do restorative justice measures, including compensation. And Mr. Speaker, we have had courts pronounce themselves in terms of people who have suffered injury, Mr. Speaker. They award 7 million, but who pays 100,000? But who are they answerable to? They have actually acted like they are above the law. And Mr. Speaker, it is time this House puts its foot down, because we have sovereign power donated to us by the people to actually protect our people. And that is where we should focus, Mr. Speaker, as we review this operation, Mr. Speaker. Because my time is up, Mr. Speaker, allow me to end it there, and I second.
Are you on a point of order? It has to be proposed first before. Honorable Hassan, this is your 4th term in Parliament. Honorable members, we now propose the question. The mic is there, unless it is not working. Is it working? Okay. Honorable members, we now propose a question. That this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, Batuk, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 25th of November, the year 2025. Madam Mili Odiambo, and followed by Honorable Kenan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of that committee. And as a member, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I've actually run out of class to come and speak to this issue. The first time I heard of Archer's post was in 1997, when my office then, or my employer then, the International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, undertook a fact-finding mission on the issues of Batuk. Mr. Speaker, what happened then is that the same allegations that are being raised now were being raised in 1997. And as a matter of fact, there was a British lawyer who took up this matter on behalf of the women who were complaining then, and went to the UK, but unfortunately they lost the case because of course, challenges to do with the distance, evidence, and all that. But Mr. Speaker, what I can say for a fact is this. Number one, that if you go there right now, where Batuk is, there are many colored children, and they did not appear there by osmosis. When you have colored children, it means a black person and a white person had a child. And they are not, it's not occasional. There are very many, and they are now adults. And Mr. Speaker, they were either born of rape or consensual sex. If they were born of rape, the people who raped their mothers should be held accountable. If it was consensual sex, then the fathers must take responsibility according to Article 53 of the Constitution of Kenya that recognizes even children born out of wedlock. Even in the UK itself, you actually have fathers taking care of their own children. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have accused this parliament of abdicating its oversight role. And I'd want to challenge Kenyans to listen that this is one case where we are actually following and dealing with the oversight role properly. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to what the PS for Foreign Affairs has spoken about today, it is more sympathetic to the Batuk. As Parliament, we will not be sympathetic to Batuk. We will look at the human rights of our own people. And Mr. Speaker, that does not mean that we do not like the British. The British themselves are protective of their own citizens. And it is embarrassing for us as Kenyans that would allow people on a friendly basis to come to our soil and then violate the human rights of our women, of our children, of our environment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, I first heard of this is 1997. This now, we are in the year 2024. I don't know how many years those are. And Mr. Speaker, it is for this House to deal with those issues conclusively, so that we don't have not only the British, but any other foreign agency that comes into this country must respect the laws of the country. You can see what America has actually said very recently in regard to Somalis in the US, which is a very unfortunate comment. And I saw the representative there responding fairly well, because America has been known for their democratic ideals. So actually, when you actually single out a community for discrimination, it is wrong. But you can see that what they are trying to do is to protect their citizens at home. But in the same vein, Kenya must protect its own citizens at home. We can't be saying that because we are being given XYZ, that then we put a blind eye to what is going on in our own country. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy and proud that I sponsored the Treaty Making and Ratification Act for reasons such as this, so that when there are treaties that are being done or made in this country or being ratified, Parliament must have a say. So I would want to urge that let them bring that treaty, that agreement, and let us make sure that issues of human rights protection, issues of protection of our environment, issues of injury from the trainings that are going on are very well taken care of, and that Kenyans are not taken advantage of. Mr. Speaker, I can see that my time is up, but I want to say that I'm fully in support. This committee did undertake over 1 year of research work, of consultative work, and I want to confirm that we didn't receive anything from the Batuk, even though now I am seeing in the media that they are saying that the committee didn't give them a chance. The committee gave them a chance. They did not talk. So let them be honest and let them protect Kenya. They are our friends, but they are our friends only to the extent that they protect our rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Actually, for the benefit of you and the rest, this matter of the unexploded ordinances was there at the parliament before you. You're talking about the 8th parliament, 7th parliament, the issue was still there. And of course, there was the one in which a Kenyan lady was killed by a Marine way back around those times. Anyway, the Honorable Kenan, Have you considered the possibility of taking the DNA of those crossbreed children and giving it to a lawyer in the UK? Because all British citizens do have their DNA bank. And that responsibility is there. Yes.
Respond to that. Mr. Speaker, when the matter that came up in FIDA in 1997 was taken, there was limited access to DNA.
Now
but indeed, it's something that we need to consider right now because they can't get away making young. One of the cases we dealt with was a 14-year-old girl. There is no consent for sex with a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah, but if you take now the DNA from all these children, and then you take this, what do you call the DNA results you have back to the UK, and engage the UK DNA banks, you will be able to get everybody who was responsible. Proceed, Honorable Kenyan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity, being the chairman emeritus of this committee, I had the opportunity to go through this 98-page report. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me say there were two issues. The issues highlighted by the committee on the violation of human rights, the issue of sexual abuse allegations, the issue of environmental destruction, the issue of employment and labor concerns, the issue of accountability deficit, the issue of communal and social impact projects, and Mr. Speaker, and all the other issues raised. But Mr. Speaker, let me say this. That is the gist of what the report has captured. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to say this, that Kenya, Mr. Speaker, Kenya, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, under the current constitution, has a written foreign policy with a number of pillars. And Mr. Speaker, for information, these pillars include the economic pillar, the peace pillar, the environmental pillar, the cultural pillar, the diaspora pillar, the ocean and blue economic pillar, the science, technology, and innovation pillar, the global governance and multilateralism pillar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this being the case, you're also aware, you're a seasoned lawyer, Kenya is a signatory to the Vienna Diplomatic Convention of 1961, which was ratified by over 180 countries, 90 countries, Mr. Speaker, which includes Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I empathize with those Kenyans who have been affected. I sympathize with them, Mr. Speaker. But Kenya is a responsible member of the international community. Mr. Speaker, as a diplomatic practitioner, Mr. Speaker, there are methods of diplomatic communication. There has to be some form of negotiations. There has to be some communication, Mr. Speaker. There has to be some sort of building relationship, Mr. Speaker. And there has to be some sort of promoting interest. And that is the gist of having diplomatic engagement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having gone through this report, the dictum, the observations, the recommendations, Mr. Speaker, are contradictory. The dictum, Mr. Speaker, if you go through, and I can see some lawyers here, is injurious, undiplomatic, and Mr. Speaker, and unfriendly. Mr. Speaker, in diplomatic engagement, there are types of relations. There is bilateral relations, there is multilateral relations, Mr. Speaker, and there is triangular relations, Mr. Speaker. All these are anchored under 5 diplomatic formats, Mr. Speaker. There is formal diplomatic engagement. There is informal diplomatic engagement. There is, Mr. Speaker, citizen-based diplomatic engagement. There is conference-based diplomatic engagement. And there is also silent diplomatic engagement, which is called the ice diplomacy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, taking this into account, the issue I've gone through the report and they say they have issued a summon. They have invited. No, there are different methods of interacting with any diplomatic institution. We have a note verbal. A note verbal, Mr. Speaker, is an informal, unsigned communication. And that the law allows, unless Kenya is in breach of the Vienna Convention. We also have a diplomatic note written formally, and it's signed by whoever is engaged in that format. And we have something called aid memoir, Mr. Speaker. Aid memoir through an MOU, through this. Mr. Speaker, therefore, that note verbal, if there is a mistake, that mistake squarely lies with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is the interface between the outside community and Kenya. And therefore, what is our end game. Our end game is to correct injustices while promoting the relationship, the historical relationship that we have had with the British government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, this report on one side attempts to address the historical issues affecting the Kenyan people. On the other side, Mr. Speaker, this report attempts and injures the bilateral relationship between Kenya and the UK. Mr. Speaker, Batuk did not find themselves in Kenya by force. They can just be told one morning, go away. You know the understanding. They are here as a result of an MOU. The idea will have been, and I want to correct my friends, this is not the way this thing is done. We should have gone in camera to discuss this. That should have been the first thing. What we are doing, I entirely subscribe to the position taken by the PS Foreign Affairs. This is not the way to deal with diplomatic issues. Mr. Speaker, 2 more minutes.
Give him 2 minutes. Order.
You will learn this.
Order, honorable members.
I want to tell you this. I've done a lot of...
Order. The chair commands the House. So when the chair says 1 more minute or 2 more minutes, you cannot question that. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, today, and I want my friends, don't do anything in anger. You are all diplomats, and all of you subscribe to parliamentary diplomacy. Our officers are in Haiti as part of our peace-building diplomacy. Our officers have served in the UN as some of the best peace security diplomats, Mr. Speaker. We cannot purport to destroy the historical relationship that we have built with the British people, with the British government, with the outside community, because of a problem that we can correct. As much as I empathize, and there's need to correct that, this is not the way diplomatic engagements are done. I want to urge my colleagues here that this report be withdrawn, be subjected to the other forms of diplomatic engagement. And I can tell you this, write it somewhere. This is going to injure our diplomatic engagement, not only with the UK, but with the other community. Mr. Speaker, I hardly agree with Dr. Singo. If you say so what, Kenya is not a banana republic. We need foreign direct investment. We need diplomatic engagement. We need to protect that image of being a premier republic, Mr. Speaker. That image cannot be protected if we destroy everything that we have built because of our politics. I am aware this is very popular. I am aware this is sentimental. I am aware so many things touch on this. But equally, we have an image to protect. We have a country to protect. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a person who has been the chair of this committee to totally oppose this report and have this report subjected to other methods of communication between...
Order. You're on a point of order on what? No, he has already sat. You rise on a point of order when a contributor is on his feet or her feet. The Honorable Murugara, the chair of the Legal Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Yes.
Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Are you on a point of order? Are you on a point of order? No, you should have asked when he was on his feet. Proceed.
May I please, Mr. Speaker?
Proceed.
She's going to debate, actually. She's just differing with the other member.
You will have your moment.
And then she's going to debate and then she'll put across her points.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very emotive matter. The history of Batuk, the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, dates back to just after independence. In fact, those who have studied history know very well that in 1964...
Honorable Madam Emase and Honorable Kainan, you will consult in very low tones. What's your point of order? Oh, sorry.
That is...
Omanyo, sorry.
That is Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Mary Emase is seated over there. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the history dates back to just after independence. And how they came about to be granted leave in courts to practice here in Kenya was after the 1964 mutinies across East African countries. Those mutinies never succeeded anywhere apart from Zanzibar, where the mercenary, Okello, actually overthrew the Sultan. And that is how Tanzania eventually came into existence. Mr. Speaker, although this is a motive, we must be reminded what these soldiers have been doing in the country. And not just these soldiers. We can start with even the American Marines. And we go back to the case, my Lord, as Mr. Speaker, you've alluded to, in 1980, where some young naval officer from America, his name was Sandstrom,
Yes. Indeed.
went to Mombasa, the ship docked, the naval ship, and he took a trip into town. And he came across a young Kikuyu girl called Jerry. And after everything and whatever happened, he eventually killed her using broken bottles. And he was taken to court that time in 1980. There wasn't much of any Africanization in 1980 for reasons best known to all of you. He transferred from the then Attorney General who said it's only whites who would have run courts. So he was taken before a white judge, by a white prosecutor, and he was represented by Judge Addis, a white advocate. At the end of it all, they advised him to plead guilty, and these were the remarks of the judge, that the young naval officer was sentenced to 6 months suspended sentence to be served out there and be of good conduct. Because the life of a young naval officer from America, which was expansive before him, could not be destroyed by or in the hands of a mere prostitute. The prostitute was the African. The young naval officer who had his expanse of life was Sandstrom, a white naval officer. When you look at what this report says, in spite of everything Honorable Kainan is saying, the fact remains that the British Army has not been conducting itself very well. And we took time in the last parliament to amend the treaty so that we would get them to be accountable and answerable to our laws. But these malpractices still continue. And it is the high time Kenya put down its foot to tell them, please obey the law. You are not above the law. You must be subject to our jurisdictions, and that at all times you will act within the law. And where compensation is ordered, them or the British government should actually make prompt compensation to Kenyans in respect of the atrocities they commit on our people. This report, for whatever reasons we may have against this, is a good report, especially for the sovereignty of the people of Kenya. I therefore support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kombe, followed by the MP for Kamukunji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi nikaweze kuchangia. Lakini kabla sijachangia, Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba tu nitoe shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu na kwa wananchi wa Magarini walioweza kunichagua tena kurudi katika jumba hili. Pia vile vile nikaweze kuwashukuru wote wale walioweza kuungana nami katika maombi na wale walioweza kujitolea kwa hali na mali. Nisiweze kuwasahau Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa msaada wake na kwa kunishikilia kikamilifu kuona ya kwamba ninaweza kutembea katika hali hiyo ya kutafuta kura. Pia vile vile niweze kushukuru kiongozi wa chama changu cha ODM, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Odinga, kwa vile ambavyo pia naye amejitolea na mpaka kufika Magarini kuja kuweza kunifanyia kampeni. Nisipokuwasahau magavana wangu wawili, gavana wa Mombasa Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir na gavana wangu wa Kilifi County Gideon Maita Mungaro, kwa vile alivyojitolea na kuongoza harakati zote za kampeni mpaka mwisho, na wajumbe wote wa Kenya walioweza kuja kushiriki pamoja nami. Nikichangia hoja hii iliyo mbele yetu leo, kwa hakika wa Afrika sio wakati tena huu wa kuweza kunyemelea na kurambaramba kama ilivyo nikinukuu, kama naweza kunukuu aliyekuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta, sio wakati huu wa kurambaramba matako ya wazungu tena. Ni wakati ambao ni lazima tusimame kama Wakenya kuona ya kwamba tunatetea watu wetu. Hatuwezi kamwe kuona ya kwamba
nidhamu Bwana Kombe, inaonekana kama mheshimiwa Oundo ako kwa nidhamu. Hoja nidhamu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't want to compete with the owners of the language. So allow me to raise my point of order in the language I was taught at Starehe Boys Center School and Bujuanga Primary School. Now, Honorable Speaker, I understand a bit of Kiswahili. In a case in both KCP and KCSE, I pass Kiswahili very well. Now, he has used some words, in my view, Honorable Speaker, are unparliamentary. Kurambaramba matako. I do believe, Honorable Speaker, that is unparliamentary, and we should...
Order, Honorable Oundo. Order, Honorable members. Mheshimiwa Kombe amesema nikinukuu. Unajua maana yake nikinukuu matamshi ya hayati Jomo Kenyatta ambaye amesema. Endelea Bwana Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunisaidia kumfahamisha mjumbe mwenzangu ambaye namheshimu. Kwa hakika wakati umefika wa sisi wa Kenya kuwapa thamani wanayostahili wa Kenya wetu, na tutembee sawa sawa na katiba vile inavyotuongoza. Lakini haya masuala ya kwamba tukaweze kuwaruhusu watu wengine watutendee mabaya na bado tuendelee kunyemelea na kubembelezana. Hakuna wakati wa kubembelezana. Kama kosa limetendeka, limetendeka. Kama mtu amenajisi, kama vile mtu Mkenya anavyoweza kunajisi na kunaswa na sheria, hata huyo mzungu akiwa amenajisi, tena kunajisi mtoto wa miaka 14, ni dhambi hata mbele za Mungu, na ni hakika inastahili ya kwamba akaweze kubanwa na sheria za nchi. Kwa hali yoyote ile, hakuna haja ya sisi wa Kenya kubembelezana, na ningependekeza iwapo itawezekana, huo mkataba ambao unawapatia hao nafasi ya kuja kuweza kufanya mazoezi yao hapa nchini ukaweze kurekebishwa na ukaweze kujumuisha masuala ya kwamba kama hawataweza kuweka nidhamu ya kisawasawa ya kijeshi, basi wakaweze kukabidhiwa na sheria za nchi hii. Maana la sivyo, basi itakuwa sisi saa zote ni watu wa kubembelezana na wazungu. Na wakati huo tulipata uhuru wa nini? Tulipata uhuru wa nini kama mpaka sasa tutakuwa ni watu wa kubembelezana na wazungu? Hakuna haja ya kuendelea katika hali hiyo. Ni lazima tusimame miguu miwili na tukaweze kutetea wananchi wetu sawa sawa na vile katiba yetu inavyowalinda wananchi wa Kenya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi ya kuweza kuchangia. Kama ndugu amekwazika, awe pole. Asante.
Kabla Mheshimiwa Kamkunji hakusema lake kuhusu hili hoja, nataka niwatambue wanafunzi wa kutoka kata ya ubunge ya Bura ambao walihitimu leo katika chuo kikuu hapa kutoka kaunti ya Tana River. Na kwa hiyo nataka nimweleze, nimwambie Mheshimiwa wa Bura azungumze, awakaribishe na yeye pia.
Na azungumze Kiswahili sanifu.
Asante Speaker kwa kunipatia fursa hii ili niweze kuwakaribisha rasmi wa mahafala ama graduates ambao wameweza kuhitimu katika chuo tofauti tofauti, na wanafunzi hawa hususan ni wa katika eneo bunge langu ya Bura constituency katika kaunti ya Tana River, na nataka kuambia kwamba hapa ndio bunge la kitaifa, mahali ambaye sheria ya nchi huundwa, mahali ambaye maslahi ya wananchi hudhaminiwa, na ningependa kuambia karibuni, na pia nyinyi ni viongozi wa kesho, ikifika wakati wenu pia muongoze Kenya vizuri. Asante sana ndugu Speaker.
Basi wanafunzi mliohitimu pia nawapongeza. Now I'll call upon the MP for Kamukunji to weigh in on this motion. And followed by Rosa Buya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report on the conduct of Batuk, the British military forces based in Kenya. And I also speak as a member of the committee. I want to first of all say some few words about some of the comments that have been made against the report and the situation. And I want to say that if there is really a Kenyan parliamentarian who is not going to be moved by the catalogue of murders, maiming, and rape of Kenyans, then really that person doesn't have any empathy for the Kenyan people. And it reminds me the words of the famous scholar Frantz Fanon on the question of colonialism. And he says that colonialism inflicts a deep psychological trauma on the colonized, leading to the colonization of the mind. And the same with our own philosopher, the late Ngugi wa Thiong'o, on the decolonization of the mind, is that in fact we're a very long way. We have this inferiority complex when it comes to outsiders, that we don't value the lives of our own citizens. Any senior MP or government officials who values abusive partnership above the lives of our own Kenyan citizens really needs to question himself. There is no convention or no agreement that can justify the abuse and the harm that is done to Kenyans by an outside force, even if that force was a friendly force. I participated in the inquiry, and this report contains really disturbing revelations about the conduct of the British soldiers here and the many horrific atrocities they have committed against innocent Kenyan civilians. The report indicates point by point the killings, the injuries that have been caused, the rape of girls and women, the degradation of the environment and the destruction of the ecosystem. We found that the partnership between the Kenya and the United Kingdom is an unequal one. Kenyans are in an abusive relationship in which the British troops have the monopoly of violence and can do whatever they want and they deem to Kenyan civilians. And in fact, we found that in the same tone, that they absolutely do not, the Kenyans that we spoke to, who are in fear, who feel terrorized, don't enjoy the protection and the security of the Kenyan government. And it is one of the casualties of this report, that in fact these atrocities have been committed right under their nose, and none of these cases have been brought to court and to book. When we arrived in Laikipia and Samburu for the inquiry, we were surprised to find out that in fact these soldiers could do whatever they want and get away with it. It was indeed very hard to believe, because some of the things we had could only happen in an area in conflict or at war. Yet here was a very peaceful part of Kenya where a foreign force, and a friendly one at that, which was here under an agreement, a defense agreement, would more or less be out of control and conduct some brutal activities without any repercussions or consequences whatsoever. The British troops in Kenya as this report indicates, have often behaved as a band of outlaws and bandits operating in what seems like a disorderly and unregulated territory with total impunity, rather than a disciplined armed force of a civilized nation. They operate out of control in all the incidents that we were able to investigate, and that's why we are calling for a review of our relationship, a review of the agreement, a tightening of the agreement, and also a review to insert the key elements that are missing from this agreement, of which they have not been able to include, as has been agreed by this Parliament when we reviewed and approved.
Give him a minute. Conclude.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we urgently seek justice for the lives lost, the environmental degradation and damage. We also need to have real accountability. But more importantly, we need to know the status of the agreement between Kenya and the United Kingdom, because the current agreement has lapsed. Since the UK had declined to accept the Kenyan Parliament's amendment of the defense agreement, the question is, under which arrangement does Batuk operate on Kenyan territory today without an agreement approved by the Kenyan Parliament as required by our Constitution? That is the big question this House needs to address and take action on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brother Buyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Are you sure, the Honorable Hassan, that Parliament had taken a positive, or rather what you want to say, a serious Kenyan position any time in the past on this matter? Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no relationship is cast in stone. Whatever relationship it is, no relationship is cast in stone, even if it's diplomatic relations. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is very, very clear that regardless of your race, regardless of any discipline or your class, social class that you come from, the Constitution is very, very clear that we are all equal, and it is the responsibility of the government to protect all its citizens, regardless of who you are. Mr. Speaker, a former member spoke about Wanjiru having been a prostitute, or somebody having been referred to as a prostitute. If that prostitute is Kenyan, that Kenyan must be protected. If that prostitute is Kenyan, that prostitute or Kenyan must be protected, fully protected under the laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter what goes with that relationship. If it's abusive, it's abusive, and it can be reviewed and must be reviewed. Mr. Speaker, there is no way we are going to turn a blind eye to atrocities that have been mentioned by that committee just because of the aid or because of purported relationship that we have with some superpower. Mr. Speaker, this is where we must stand up as Kenyans if we really mean to protect Kenyans. Just recently, we had a politician come up and say that some sections of this country cannot benefit from the proceeds and development of this country because they are not shareholders. The president came up and Kenyans came out blazing to say that every Kenyan, regardless of which side you voted, is Kenyan and must partake of everything that is in Kenya. What is different now? Mr. Speaker, I support the committee, I support the report, and I thank the committee for giving us a very detailed report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
The Honorable MP from Mbere. The new MP from Mbere, followed by the MP for Nandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I rise to support the report in its entirety, and this is because I have encountered cases of rape, maiming, discrimination, abuse of all sorts. And I must say, standing here, a Kenyan man, a student, a Kenyan young man student in the UK, has a consensual sex with a British girl. They break up, the girl reports it as rape, and even without investigation, the Kenyan young man is deported. Why do we have double standards? The member cited laws signed in 1961. Who signed on behalf of Kenya? So we cannot stand here and purport to defend something that involves rape, murder, maiming of Kenyan citizens. We are not second class, and there is no first class human being. These people must be brought to justice and in our soil. We need them to be put in Kenyan jails, and they are not above the law. So I support this report, and I insist it is long overdue. It is actually long overdue because we have been reading about these cases for very long now, and I thank the committee for taking its time investigating, and let these soldiers not purport to have not been given time to respond. They got time to respond. They treat us as second-class citizens. It is post-independence. We are a sovereign state. I support the report.
The Honorable MP for Nandi. They don't treat you as second-class citizens because they're not citizens of this country, but as second-class human beings.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the committee for this very detailed report, a report that has actually painted a very deeply disturbing picture of the situation in Batuk or in the general areas of Nanyuki. Honorable Speaker, this is not a question of the dignity of us as the people of Kenya. It is also speaking a lot of things into the integrity of our sovereignty as a country, and Honorable Speaker, the credibility of the partnerships that we have been able to enter through the years. And Honorable Speaker, the issues that have been raised are not minor breaches, Honorable Speaker. They are abuses that have affected families and people. And Honorable Speaker, I would have loved to be very diplomatic in this house today and on this report. But Honorable Speaker, the tribe that I belong to, which is woman, Honorable Speaker, is the most affected tribe in this particular report. Honorable Speaker, tell me how a woman who has mothered a appointee child explains to them who their father is. Tell me, Honorable Speaker, how that woman who lives in Nanyuki and the areas of Batuk explains to the son or the daughter that comes back telling the parents that the children in the playground have asked him or her why they have that particular color, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is unacceptable, and as a country, Honorable Speaker, we must support and stand with the report that has been given to us by the committee. Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue to say that we must stand and keep quiet because of the benefits. Honorable Speaker, as a Kenyan and as Kenyans in this country, we must accept to die on our feet as opposed to dying on our knees. Part of the dying on our knees, Honorable Speaker, is accepting this abusive, utterly abusive relationship that we have in the name of a partnership. Honorable Speaker, for the record, this has changed from a partnership to some sort of, I don't know what to call it, or some occupying presence, because it looks like the British Army or whatever it is that has camped in Batuk is calling the shots. Honorable Speaker, as a Kenyan, when we were dealing with GBV, when we were dealing with girls dying and being killed, Honorable Speaker, we have all stood up and we did not care where the perpetrator comes from. Honorable Speaker, we cannot then apply double standards today because this is someone who comes from British. Honorable Speaker, the rules and the British must come to an end. And part of the remainders of things that the British did to us is exactly what Batuk is perpetrating. And Honorable Speaker, it must come to an end. I want to appreciate the committee because they have been bold enough, Honorable Speaker. They have been bold enough to speak on behalf of the people that live around the area. The people who are living in very hazardous environments because of the pollution and the things that the people there are releasing to the environment. On behalf of the women who cannot even go and report it to anyone else, Honorable Speaker, because they will be victimized instead of being given solutions. So I want to appreciate the committee for standing on behalf of Kenyans and for representing Kenyans and for going out there to listen to the people. These are the stories, Honorable Speaker, that must be told in broad daylight so that then, Honorable Speaker, we can make an informed decision. And Honorable Speaker, we have no problem with the diplomatic relationships. We will really like to keep them. But what is the essence of a good diplomatic relationship when we are dying? What happens to the relationship relationship when we are no longer breathing. Honorable Speaker, we must put the people of Kenya first, then we can consider the diplomatic relationships so that it can foster the livelihoods of Kenyans, not the other way around. If the partnership is abusive, the people will die, and therefore there will be no partnership. I support this report, Honorable Speaker.
I give the opportunity now to the most senior veteran military man in this house, none other than Colonel Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for indulging me.
Honorable members, the way you think that we should not be despised by British or the whites in the West, every member is an equal order, an equal member of this house. Nobody should complain that an opportunity is being given to another member of parliament. That is the basic rule you get to. Proceed, Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't know why members are complaining. I am almost like an authority on this particular matter.
Absolutely.
I trained in the UK, and I am very versed with Batuk training in Kenya. They are offered the best training facility in the world. Unfettered, total access, without any limitation by any Kenyan authority. And that particular fact should not be abused by anybody. Honorable Speaker, the historical relationship between Kenya and the UK is one thing, but troops behaving badly is another thing altogether. And we cannot say that this will affect our diplomatic relationship. Not at all. The forces that train in Kenya, whether Americans, British, or others, are visiting forces which deploy liaison officers so that any visiting forces do not do anything wrong and towards the municipal laws of this country. And, Speaker, what I read about this report by committee of the Kenya National Assembly, it is the issue of responsibility, accountability, transparency, rule of law, respect for the municipal laws of this country. What the committee is asking is telling Batuk, do exactly what you do in your own country, and all kinds of lethal ammunition. If they don't explode, the basic tenets in military training and doctrine is go and look for those unexploded ammunition and dispose them off. On the Kenyan rangelands that they are less populated, there are very few people, but that does not give anybody the opportunity not to dispose of those lethal ammunition that are likely to injure the civilians who are likely to stray on those rangelands with their livestock. Honorable Speaker, Defense Cooperation Agreement between Kenya and the UK must serve both in equal measure. That when you are going for equity, then you must come with clean hands. Yes, people can talk, but there are two important articles that even new members who are joining this house must learn. Article 95, that a matter of concern to the people, and Article 94, sub-article 5, nothing will have a force of law unless it is passed by this House. Honorable Speaker, my worry, and greatest one for that matter, the British have one of the best armies in the world that are very well trained, very well disciplined, very well commanded and managed. But people should not come to Kenya and do things which they don't do in their own country. For that reason, I think it doesn't affect any diplomatic relations between our two countries. But the commanders who bring their forces for training.
One more minute.
Thank you, Speaker. What I was saying is those commanders who will bring their forces for training in Kenya must take full responsibility, and that command responsibility will eliminate all these nuances that we are seeing, that there are soldiers who will kill civilians, who will carry out rape, or who will engage in sex with youngsters that they wouldn't be allowed to do in their own countries. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say no one should escape scrutiny, especially if that is breaking the law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Russell, you trained in the US, the same way, or the UK, the same way British soldiers are training in our country. You did not have any immunity against criminal activities. Maybe you should educate the members on that. Did you have any immunity? Give him the...
Mr. Speaker, I trained both in the UK and in the US. I trained in Pakistan, in Germany. And wherever you arrive in that country for training, you are taken through an induction. These are do's and don'ts, so that you stay within a straitjacket of the municipal laws of the host country. So that is why you will never go against the law. Yep. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Fair enough. You never know, maybe. Honorable Oundo, followed by Beatrice Elachi, and then followed by the MP from Turkana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have keenly listened to the experts in this field, Honorable Raso, the military gentleman, the Honorable Bashir. I have also listened to a diplomat who has had diplomacy, probably a student diplomacy. But Honorable Speaker, let me get to the point. I associate myself with the recommendations largely of the committee. Honorable Speaker, there's a historical aspect why Batuk are here. And the military gentlemen who are here will tell you the presence of Batuk, the presence of American Marines, and the presence of other foreign military units in this country probably has been a good deterrent from any of our rogue neighbors, probably had harbored any intention or an idea of invading or coming to stabilize Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I want us to draw parallel.
Stabilize or stabilize?
To stabilize Kenya.
Okay.
I want also, Honorable Speaker, to draw parallel on the war in Ukraine versus Russia at the moment. It just started because Ukraine had no formidable military ally that could assist them in the event of any invasion. And that's why you find Russia is very uncomfortable with Ukraine joining NATO. So the presence of the Batuk, the presence of other military units in this country is an advantage to some extent. But also I want to agree with the report that where a criminal offense has been committed, military personnel who come to train here are not accredited diplomats. So they do not have diplomatic immunity. Whenever a crime has been committed, Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with the recommendation that the laws of the country, or unless there is any other agreement between Kenya and the UK, those who commit crimes within the soils of Kenya
should be tried here in Kenya for purpose so that they face the law as required here in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this matter has elicited a lot of attention and interest in the UK. BBC has reported about it, Sky News has reported about it, literally all the mainstream news outlets in the UK have reported about it. And they seem to agree that there should not be no immunity for those who commit crimes. So that's a settled matter. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the numerous recommendations. There are just too many. You see, again, when the recommendations are just too many, it becomes difficult to get the best out of it. I would request the committee to go and concretize and make sure one of the best recommendations, one of the most important recommendations, is to have the new cooperation agreement signed as soon as practically possible. Because at the moment, nothing binds, nothing holds them anywhere. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, on the issue of civil matter, yes. I'm a man, and the Honorable Speaker allowed me now to talk as a man. On the matter of civil matter...
Proceed. You have always talked as a man. I
yes.
See you talk as a woman.
Hey, on a matter of civil matter, of child support, it's not a criminal matter. It's a personal matter between two consenting adults. Where there's a case of rape or defilement, that falls in the realm of the law. But the mere... Just a second so that I drive this point. Just to conclude, the mere fact there's a consensual agreement between a consenting adult and a consenting woman and a man, whatever comes was expected. So there must be an arrangement between the two of them to sort out their issues. You know, Honorable Speaker, even to go to court, to the child support department in this country, is a lengthy and laborious process and doesn't guarantee success. So I just want to ask the ladies who are here also to educate our ladies in that area that as you engage, you know there are consequences, the man can die, can disappear. We must learn to carry the burden. We must learn to be careful. Normally, Honorable Speaker, the joke used to be said, Honorable Speaker, a joke used to be said that when they were building the thicker highway, there were many ladies who got children with the Chinese. And as typical, Chinese things don't last for long. The children used to die as soon as they were born because Chinese things don't last for long. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report.
Order, honorable members. The Honorable Millie is on a point of order. You don't shout point of order from behind the chair. What's your point of order?
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I'm multitasking. Mr. Speaker, at the age of technology, I'm both in class and in parliament. But I couldn't fail but listen to Honorable Undo, implying that in a situation where a child is born, we blame the women because they were responsible. Mr. Speaker, you will blame both the man and the woman because there is nothing that is dormant. Both sides are active. But you can never blame a child.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You can never blame a child. So do not purport, do not imagine, do not even try. Where two adults are involved, the resultant effect is a child. Both the Convention on the Rights of the Child and our Constitution protects that child. So is it in order to go against the Constitution?
He is not in order, basically. The responsibility has always got to be there. Honorable members, the Honorable Murugara, I think for the benefit of the House, for those of you who are not around that time, and I'm glad Murugara was around that time, there was a mutiny in 1964. And the mutiny was done by the King's African Rifles, 11th Battalion. And that one was put down by the Johnnies. They were called the Johnnies, the British forces who were here. And I think from then on, completely established here. So there is although they did not, I didn't see them in action on the coup attempt in '82. But I have no doubt in my mind if the coup had begun to succeed, they would have gone into action. So but anyway, but that's just for the benefit. Yes, Murugara.
Thank you very much. I wasn't there in 1964, 100%. I don't been born. However, exactly that is the reason.
Yes.
The 1964 mutiny in Lanet and the guild was actually put down by the Johnese.
Yes.
And it's how they got themselves that agreement to remain here, to protect their interest, not anything to do with Kenya. It's purely to protect the British interest here, and they continue to do it unabated. 1982, we never saw them.
Fair enough.
And therefore,
Honorable Elachi, that 11th care was 11th Kenya Rifles was disbanded. Was dissolved and disbanded, yes. Yes, Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this report. The report comes when we...
I'm sure Adan Daud was around that time. I have no doubt in my mind. Proceed.
The report comes when, Mr. Speaker, we are also within the 16 days of activism. Therefore, it becomes a very sad report, even as we support. And it also brings back the memories of the late Agnes Wanjiru of 2012. Mr. Speaker, if you remember this case.
Yes.
Where this Kenyan girl was found in a septic tank in Nanyuki. And you remember the investigations resurfaced in 2021, where we thought now at that time the former soldier who is James Robert Pakis would today have faced his trial. So may her soul rest in peace with many others who have gone through rape and many other inhuman human rights sufferings that they've gone through. Mr. Speaker, I think as Parliament, one of the things we know, and we will appreciate, that yes, this is a sensitive matter. It's a sensitive matter in terms of our justice for local citizens. It is a sensitive matter for our environmental protection. It is a sensitive matter, Mr. Speaker, on foreign military presence, which I know we have signed bilaterals and we have agreed on it. But then that does not take away the sovereignty of a country and the rules and regulations of a country and the constitution of a country, that indeed when you step into Kenya, you will not tell me the Batuk where they are in Nanyuki is now Britain. No. This is one thing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must take very, very seriously. That indeed when they are here and they are training, just like any other army will go to train across the world, they would respect and adhere to the rules and environmental rules of a country and all the laws, Mr. Speaker. And so therefore, it is important for us to accept that as Parliament, what we are trying to say, that we have realized there is a serious imbalance bilateral negotiation. And that in this report, while we are saying we need to see justice and accountability to those who are victims, we are saying there is need of fair balance, sovereignty, and cooperation through disciplined diplomacy. That's what we are asking. And we are saying if there's extradition protocol, then it is important for you to produce the accused when requested. That it is important to cooperate fully in investigations, and more importantly, to allow joint access to evidence. That's what we are saying as Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, the other thing we are saying, there must be mandatory disclosure. For example, names of the personnel of Batuk, those who come in. It's important for the country, so that even when we are going through all this, we understand how we engage. Mr. Speaker, there must be deployment and rotation logs if required in investigation. We can't run away from that. And provide legal assistance for survivors. We are saying come up with a fund for both Kenya and UK, co-funded. But then let us have an engagement that is very clear. And so, Mr. Speaker, even as this report goes, I think the most important thing we can say is let us have a conversation between our brothers in Britain who are within their parliament and us and tell them this is our report. You've seen how His Excellency President Trump has done in the US. I mean, what is it wrong with us for Kenya? And so anyone fearing to talk about this in Kenya at this time, Mr. Speaker, will be doing a very bad injustice to our people. And so even as we table the report, we are saying the Minister of Foreign Affairs must, with Parliament, see how we work around this matter. I beg to support.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Joseph Emade Namwar, the MP for Turkana Central.
Honorable Namwar, I know you, but you know you have all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want from the onset to support the report, Honorable Speaker. When you visit Laikipia and Nanyuki, Speaker, what comes into your sight is children who are white. Maybe we can call them pointees, but, Honorable Speaker, burning charcoal and some riding motorbikes. You know what it means to have a white skin in such kind of an environment. And when these children are asked about their fathers, they even don't know. Honorable Speaker, I rise to say that United Nations is one thing that happened in the world. And when United Nations provides for governing principles and requests that when we are doing our business, we must obey all the human rights. Honorable Speaker, human rights are not negotiable. They are not. We cannot say it is a diplomacy issue. We cannot say we have to postpone. Honorable Speaker, my take from this report is if the committee, and I want to thank them for coming up with this report. Honorable Speaker, if they can be able to look at the DCA or the status of forces arrangement, either Kenya or UK, and be able to see if this can accommodate investigation or if this can be able to be prosecuted in any court of law in the world. Honorable Speaker, what is happening is damaging, very much damaging. When it talks about land, talks about the environment, talks about rape, lack of compensation of those who are victims. Honorable Speaker, when we come back here as Parliament, we have something like a bilateral function with the armed forces or the defense forces, Honorable Speaker. This House approves an emergency, approves war. The National Security Council can recommend, but it must come here, including the President. And therefore, when we are talking about all this that is happening, Honorable Speaker, we must say that there is a time when a country becomes greater than an individual. Whichever the status, whether you are white, whether you are black, Honorable Speaker, country becomes more greater than an individual, Honorable Speaker. And so when we are putting this across, Honorable Speaker, we want to say that individuals must take responsibility of what they do, not as a country, UK or Kenya. Honorable Speaker, just here in Ethiopia, I happened to talk to a friend who worked there, and it's a time when, I don't know, he messed up in Ethiopia and got a lady and impregnated a lady. The government of Ethiopia waited until this man was boarding a plane back to Kenya. And then he was brought a bill to pay. And the bill contained the upkeep of the child and even the damage he had done to the mother. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say...
What's your point of order, Honorable Mwenje?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 95.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I believe we've contributed enough to this motion, and I think it's time that we invite the mover to reply after the Honorable Member completes his...
Honorable Speaker, we must bring each and every UK Army officer into record as an individual, not as a country. And there is no person who is superior when it comes to human rights. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
I now put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. As many as can say aye. As many as can say nay. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate the many members who have actually debated robustly on this matter. And I just want to make just a clarification that this report in no way is undiplomatic, uncooperative on the part of Kenya and United Kingdom. Remember, we have a number of agreements with the UK government, and that is all being touched on this report. This is a report specifically touching on Batuk, which is just one facet of our engagement with the United Kingdom. So all we are saying is that when you look at this report, it tells Batuk, please be responsible, be accountable, and ensure that your activities and your operations are in line with the laws of the Republic of Kenya. And that's how it is. So if you look at the recommendations that we have made, it's something that they can use it to ensure that they improve on their operations and their activities while operating here in Kenya. And two, the DCA is still in limbo. So all we ask is that it should be fast-tracked so that we have a legal basis for these troops to operate in Kenya. Otherwise, our cooperation, our diplomatic status with the United Kingdom of Kenya is still intact, and nothing has been dented by this report. I beg to reply.
Honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, Batuk, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 25th of November, the year 2025. Will as many have to say aye? Aye. As many contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10. Inquiry into the proposed sale of shares in East African Portland Cement PLC.
Do we have the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives here? The chair. You're there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Proceed. You move that motion.
It had already been moved. It's a discussion.
Oh, it's a discussion.
Yes.
So who was on the floor at the time? I don't see that being. Put the question.
Yeah.
It has not been moved. Order, honorable members. You don't run the House with me. When a matter has been moved, it indicates on the order paper. And now I'm informed that it has not been moved, so you move it. You move it, you get somebody to second you, and then we open it up for discussion, and the rest goes on the way it's normally supposed to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the inquiry into proposed sale of shares held by Holcim Group in East African Portland Cement, EABC PLC, to Kalahari Cement Limited, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 12, 2025. Honorable Speaker, the committee held several meetings in the course of this inquiry, and it had and received submissions from East African Portland Cement, Competition Authority of Kenya, Capital Markets Authority, National Treasury in its capacity as a major shareholder in EABC, the Office of the Attorney General as the principal legal advisor to the government, and the principal secretary for industries. Mr. Speaker, sir, the inquiry was occasioned by heightened public interest and the potential implications of proposed sale of corporate governance market competition, public investment, and national industrial policy. The committee examined in particular the potential shift in corporate control arising from Kalahari Cement Limited's proposed acquisition of a combined 41.7% shareholding in East African Portland Cement through the purchase of shares held by Holcim subsidiary, namely Associated International Cement Limited and Cementia Holding AG. The committee also interrogated the proposed sale price of 27 shillings 30 cents per share, a valuation substantially below the prevailing market price, averaging at Kenya shillings 58 per share during the period under review. The report is structured as follows for the benefit of members perusing through. 1. Terms of reference. Number 2, submissions from witnesses. Number 3, findings. Number 4, committee observations and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee made the following key findings. The committee finds that the proposed transaction and the approvals process was subjected to multi-layered regulations under the Capital Markets Act, Cap 485A, the Competition Act, Cap 504, the Companies Act, Cap 486, and the Mining Act, Cap 306, which seek to protect investors, ensure fair competition, and safeguard national mining resources. Number 2, the transaction therefore required approvals or exemptions from the Capital Markets Authority, CMA, including approvals under Section 31(1)(a) of the Capital Markets Act and the relevant subsidiary legislation. The Competition Authority of Kenya, CAK, and the Cabinet Secretary for Mining and sections under Section 51(6) and 7 of the Mining Act for the transfer of controlling interest in licenses. CAK did not conduct a merger review as provided for under Section 42 to 47 of the Competition Act, having concluded and the transaction was non-notifiable. Consequently, no public interest or competition assessment was undertaken. Kalahari Cement Limited, through its combined interest in Bamburi Cement, would command a substantial share of Kenya cement production and distribution capacity. This could lead to horizontal coordination and collective dominance where two or more undertakings acting in concert control the market, even if the neither individual holds over 50% plus market share. CAK has determined market concentration in cement sector or risk of dominance in production, distribution, and pricing. The transaction price of Kenya shillings 27.3 cents per share rests substantially below the prevailing NSC market price of approximately Kenya shillings 58.75 cents, suggesting possible undervaluation and erosion of shareholder value, including the government's own equity stake. No independent valuation report on fairness opinion has been furnished to justify the transaction price, raising questions about the methodology used to determine share value and rationale for the sale. Reliance on the principle of willing buyer, willing seller is inadequate where a listed company of strategic national importance is concerned, as public interest extends beyond the immediate parties to encompass capital market integrity, investor confidence, and protection of public assets. Number 7, the National Treasury and NSSF as major shareholders have a fiduciary duty to safeguard public investment and pensioners' money by ensuring that any future capital restructuring or disposal or sale of asset, e.g. land, is properly disclosed and approved in accordance with Section 158 and 238 of the Companies Act. Whereas the entry of a long-term strategic investor may be beneficial to the company by injecting capital and providing technical support and operational efficiency, the absence of a publicly disclosed strategic plan from Kalahari Limited raises uncertainty over the employment stability, operational strategy, and alignment with the national industrial policy. The absence of public interest review by CAK and Section 42 to 47 of the Competition Act means that no safeguards or conditions have been imposed to protect public interest, consumer welfare, and leaving potential risks of market concentration. Dominance and pricing control in the cement sector, unmitigated. East African Portland Cement PLC has expressed desire to buy back the shares proposed to be sold in the interest of company and for the broader public. Buyback of company shares is possibly under Section 447 of the Companies Act 2015, which provides that a company limited by shares may purchase its own shares out of distributable profits or through a fresh issue of shares, subject to shareholder approval by special resolution and compliance with the disclosure, approval, and solvency requirements prescribed by the Act. The committee noted that existing legal framework governing off-market share transfers, takeovers, and mergers of public listed companies under the Capital Market Act and the Capital Markets Takeover and Mergers Regulation 2002 lacks explicit provisions for exercise of preemptive rights by existing shareholders in private sale transactions or competition hiding or transparent sale mechanisms where significant shareholding in listed public companies is being disposed outside the exchange. From the submissions proposing EAPC buybacks its shares, the committee observed that in respect to the strategic economic benefits, the proposed transaction supports the objectives set out under Section 6 of the Privatization Act number 18 of 2025. It will broaden ownership in the economy by encouraging private investments, and under Section 6C of the Privatization Act, it will also enhance and develop the capital markets under Section 6F of the Privatization Act through new public shareholding and increased market activities. Committee recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having considered the submissions made by the shareholders and the evidence presented during its inquiry into the proposed sale of shares held by Holcim Limited in East African Portland Cement PLC to Kalahari Cement Limited, and having reviewed the applicable laws and regulations, regulatory frameworks, makes the following recommendations. Kalahari Cement Limited should submit a written undertaking to current shareholders, business partners, and staff of East African Portland Cement PLC that it will safeguard jobs, support company 5-year turn around business strategic plan, including a commitment that Kalahari Cement will not cause asset stripping and disposal of non-core assets. Number 2, the Competition Authority of Kenya should within 60 days conduct a comprehensive public interest and competition assessment of the cement industry in Kenya and submit a report to the National Assembly. The review should determine market concentration levels, risk of dominance, or coordinated conduct. Pricing trends and the adequacy of existing safeguard for employment, SMEs, and consumers. Number 3, the Board of Directors of East African Portland Cement PLC may evaluate feasibility of implementing a share buyback program under Section 447 of the Companies Act. The evaluation may consider the buying back of shares proposed to be sold by Associated International Cement Limited, AIC, and Cemendia Holding AG as a lawful means of stabilizing ownership, preserving shareholder value, and safeguarding public interest in a strategic national enterprise. Number 4, the Board of Directors of East African Portland Cement should, within 60 days, review its memorandum and articles of incorporation to align with them with the Companies Act, the Capital Market Acts, and current best corporate governance and business practices. Number 5, in view of the legislative gaps identified with the respect to transfer of shares in public companies listed in the Nairobi Securities Exchange, the committee recommends that the National Treasury, in consultation with the Capital Markets Authority, should undertake legislative audit of the Capital Markets Act, the Capital Markets Takeover and Merger Regulations 2002, and present a legislative proposal to A, provide for exercise of preemptive rights in the sale and transfer of shares of public listed companies through private sale. B, introduce competitive bidding for the purchase of shares among existing shareholders. Pursuant to the findings and observation of the proposal by EAPC to buy back its shares, the committee recommends that National Assembly resolves that EAPC PLC buys back shares from Holcim Group and offer them to the public through a fresh initial public offering on the basis that the transaction aligns in the privatization policy in Kenya and will deliver clear public benefits. Pursuant to the recommendations under paragraph 6, the committee recommends that the National Assembly resolves that the National Treasury, the Capital Markets Authority, the Privatization Authority, and any other relevant agencies give regulatory guidance and approval to enable smooth and lawful execution of the transaction. Mr. Speaker, sir, these observations and recommendations, if considered and implemented, will enable smooth and lawful execution of the transaction. Mr. Speaker, sir, having noted the proceedings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the inquiry into the proposed sale of shares held by Holcim Group in East African Portland Cement PLC to Kalahari Cement, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. And I now request Honorable Mary Kaitani, MP, and tie to second.
Very well, and before Mary moves, I think after order members, after this order, we shall go to order number 7 on questions and statement and then proceed. Honorable Mary, you may proceed to second.
It's Honorable Marianne, not Mary. Those are two different people.
Great, Honorable Marianne.
Thank you very much. I stand to second this motion, and as I second this motion, from the onset, I would wish to raise an issue on issues on mergers, and which were parts that were supposed to be considered by CMA and CAK during the consideration of the sale of, or the proposed sale of these shares. And the second issue is a very pertinent issue, especially in the cement industry. We've seen our cement industry have difficulties. Many of the cement factories have closed down because of many difficulties, one being Savannah Cement. At River Mining Cement was also affected at some point, and there was a buyback or a takeover of At River. And now Bamburi Cement, which was taken over by Kalahari. And because of that, the issue of dominance, which was an issue that had been raised by CAK in about 2014, on dominance by one player, which was the owners of Bamburi on EAPC, because at that time, which is the same as now, is that both companies combined would then command dominance in terms of share of cement manufacturing or cement industry. And if we don't take care of this, considering that we are doing so many markets, we are doing affordable housing, and a lot of cement consumption is happening in this country, we then need to consider and ensure that dominance is not abused by any of these industries. So we second this report. I stand to second this report, and also bring out the issues of a sale, I think also that is being proposed by NSSF, again to the same company Kalahari, and that if that happens, then for sure this company or East African Portland Cement would now be about 80% owned by Kalahari, and at the same time owned by owning Portland Cement, which then brings out the issue of dominance or abuse of dominance that can easily happen in the cement industry, which is a very critical industry for us as a country as we grow or as we take off from the stage at which we are in. I second. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members. I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its inquiry into the proposed sale of shares in the East African Portland Cement PLC laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th November 2025. I see quite a number of interests. The first one here is Martin Owino of Diwa. He's speaking on the next one, Adan Kainan. Okay, any member who is interested to speak on this? Yes, Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support the committee's report on this issue. Honorable Speaker, going through what is called market dominance, Bamburi Cement already has 33% of the share of the Kenyan market. If today an East African Portland has 15% share of the market, that the total share of the market for these two big corporations is 48%. Honorable Speaker, in any sale of shares in a company, the first people to be offered are the shareholders. It's called preemptive rights. But here we have one shareholder doing a share purchase agreement to buy 29% shares in a company. It is not being offered to any other shareholder, which means it is not a competitive bidding, but a boys' club or a girls' club way of buying something. It's a boardroom buying. According to the committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, the shares here are being bought at 27 shillings. Today, if you look at the market value of the shares of East African Portland, they are going to about 53 shillings. So one wonders, you are selling 29% at a low price of 27 shillings, while the market price, an ordinary Kenyan like me, if I were to buy a share, will buy at 53 plus. So this again raises eyebrows. Number three, I heard the Vice Chair talk about NSSF NSSF selling shares to this Kalahari. Mr. Speaker, sir, if that happens, Kalahari will own 75% of East African Portland. And if they were to own 75% of East African Portland, they will be controlling 48% of the cement market in Kenya. I wonder why the Competition Authority, the CMA, the National Treasury, and the Ministry of Mining are not seeing these very stark figures. I am surprised that the CMA and the Competition Authority gave the go-ahead for this transaction. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has done a very in-depth. They have dived into the issues that needed to be addressed. And I'm glad that the board of East African Portland Cement are willing to buy back. If that is so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will agree with the report. Let them buy back. Let this company be owned by the public, by the Kenyan public. Mr. Speaker, sir, the report does not include what the Vice Chair talked about that NSSF is selling. But if that is true, Mr. Speaker, sir, then this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I want my colleagues to be very mindful, this House should be very careful with approving such sales. The money belonging to the Kenyan workers cannot be sold through boardrooms. It has to be very open. It has to be valued. Actually, valuing East African Portland through the value of shares at the share market is, in my opinion, very wrong. What I am aware of, East African Portland sits on about 5,000 acres of land in Adi River and Kitengela area. 5,000 acres of land in that area is about 5 million each. The value of the company should at least be 25 billion. But at 27 shillings per share, this is a ripoff. And this ripoff, if we are today, the people who are in charge of policy making in this country, and we allow this ripoff to go on, then we will be advocating our duties as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the findings of the committee. I agree with their recommendation, and I urge my colleagues also to support. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, the honorable member at the back here. There. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Jamatia?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising on standing order number 96, that I propose the adjournment of this debate for further. Considering the debate on the floor, Mr. Speaker, this debate has a very weighty issues, and I think it is going to be prudent for us to be given further time. And looking at the time now, if we continue debating this, we might not exhaust it and give it. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. Thank you.
Very well, I hear you, Honorable Jamatia, but maybe before we come to that, could we hear what Honorable wanted to say on this particular one?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear Honorable Jamatia, but I think although this issue is very weighty, I think it's also very important that we debate on it. And Honorable Speaker, I see that the sale of shares of East African Portland Cement to Kalahari Cement Limited is subject to questioning. I should make clear that East African Portland Cement Company gets its raw material from Kibini in my constituency, and that really concerns me. Honorable Speaker, when I sat during the presentation of this report to the committee, I would expect that before this company was sold, the shares were sold to Kalahari Cement Company Limited, that at least public participation should have been done to inform all those, since this is obviously a company that is a state corporation. Honorable Speaker, I also find it questionable that the shares are being sold at a very throwaway price of 27 shillings and 30 cents against 58.75 market value. Why sell it at a throwaway price? Honorable Speaker, I feel that the sale of the company should be offered on a competitive basis, if that's the real decision, so more companies can compete to buy. That way, we will be able to get a better price for the shares, rather than just giving one sole company to be the only competitor and the buyer. I am afraid that selling of East African Portland Cement Company jeopardize employment for my people of Ngama community who depended on this company for years. Selling of shares should go to Portland Cement Company instead of Kalahari Cement Limited, because East African Portland Cement Company has the capacity to buy the same shares at even a higher price. Therefore, I conclude by saying I support the report of the Committee on Trades, but I strongly believe that even if the shares were to be sold, let it be sold to the East African Portland Cement Company, now that it has clearly shown that it has the capacity to buy. But I support the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable, is that Engoko? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
First of all, I would like to rise and oppose the request by Honorable Jamatia, because, Honorable Speaker, these are very sensitive motions in this floor. By the mere fact that they are being debated at night,
What's your point of order? Honorable Ngoko, you may take your seat. This is a debating house. If there's a point of order, we just listen to it. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I again rise on standing order number 6 in support of the order that the Honorable Member has said that it is suspicious that this motion is being debated at night. It is why we are asking for adjournment and postponement of this particular motion on the floor of the House, Honorable Chair, so that members can prepare and be able to gather all the comments they need to gather so that we can be able to prosecute this particular matter. So, Honorable Speaker, I raise a point of order, standing order number 96, on postponement of debate that is on the floor of the House, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I hear you, Honorable. What's your point of order, Honorable Chair? No. Give Ochieng the mic.
The Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Chieng. Let's be orderly.
The Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Chieng.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go back to Honorable Ngoko. So that, because he was on a point of order before we listen to you.
Honorable Chieng, you are a seasoned member. You cannot have...
Order, Honorable Chieng. Take your seat. Let me listen to Honorable Ngoko.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to request that you protect me from interruptions. Honorable Chieng, kindly allow me.
Honorable Chieng, there was a point of order by the previous Honorable Member, and Honorable Ngoko was on the floor. Are you rising on a point of order? No. Ngoko, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, first of all, I believe the House has quorum, and therefore the House is properly constituted to debate this motion. Unless any member has a contrary opinion, we have quorum and the motion should be debated. And Honorable Speaker, the report raises serious concerns. The report is an eye-opener. This is a report by this House. By the mere fact that this report was brought here today, should be fully debated and a vote taken on it. We cannot allow deferment of things that should be handled expeditiously, like this report. East African Portlands was sold at a throwaway price.
Honorable Ngoko, I've given you a chance to contribute on this motion.
That is what I'm doing, Honorable Speaker.
I don't know why you are belaboring on whether we should debate on. Proceed and make your contributions.
Honorable Speaker, the report states clearly that there are shadowy figures in the whole transactions. Who is Kalahari? These are answers that could not be answered, and to protect the interest of this country, Honorable Speaker, I support that this report should be adopted by this House. Our work as legislators is to protect the interest of Kenya and Kenyans. We cannot abscond that duty. We cannot defer that duty. The assets of this nation must be protected and protected by this House. Honorable Speaker, there are shadowy figures that are buying Kenyan entities, and this House cannot turn a blind eye on that. We are not going to sell our assets at throwaway price, because what are we going to leave behind for our children? A honorable member here said this will be loss of employment to the people in his constituency. Whose interests are we serving? Honorable Speaker, let this House adopt this report, and there is no deferment of this debate on early voting. We will do it today, Honorable Speaker. I support the report.
Honorable Chieng.
Honorable Speaker, my point of order wasn't about the merits of the motion on the floor, but Honorable Speaker, Earlier today, this House passed the sitting at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, it is out of order for a member of Parliament to say that our sitting at this time is suspicious. They can never be suspicious sitting when Parliament decides that you are sitting until midnight. That is the time of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I would like you to request the member who used those words to withdraw those words, because this House decided to sit up to midnight today. But not on merits of the matter, but a member cannot stand and say that our sitting is suspicious when the sitting we passed was to go on until 9 p.m., Mr. Speaker. I beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Cheng, you are absolutely right. This sitting is very much in order. And Honorable Member, this sitting is not suspicious. Make your contributions if you have contributions to make. Next to make contributions on this is the Honorable Phyllis Bartow. Is she in the House? Could we put our interventions if... Yeah, Honorable Bartow, you are in the House. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I was also in the mood of adjourning because I was not prepared for it.
Yes, can I see the Honorable Timothy?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, I take the cue of my colleagues that we have an obligation as a House to protect, to defend, and to respect our Constitution. And, Honorable Speaker, we also have an obligation as a House to also defend, respect, and uphold the laws that we pass in this House. Honorable Speaker, we have a very elaborate law in this country called the Privatization Act. That legislation must be followed to the letter. Whatever, Honorable Speaker, we must protect the assets of our country. If, for example, Kalahari company, PLC company, yes, Honorable Speaker, it's a desert because it is denying us growth as a country, you know. So, Honorable Speaker, if Kalahari has bought East African Portland Cement, which has been undervalued, then as a country, we must raise concerns. Honorable Speaker, we have loss of jobs. So, Honorable Speaker, we must also protect. In this country, the biggest problem we have is unemployment. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the report of the committee that one, East Africa Portland Cement must buy back the shares from Kalahari PLC. Or, in the alternative, if it doesn't, then that entire process should be declared a nullity by this Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, we have the powers. And I want to call upon the committee on implementation. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we adopt reports in this House that end up in the shelves. Whatever we adopt as a House, Honorable Speaker, must be implemented by the Committee on Implementation. Honorable Speaker, I support the letter, the intent, and the spirit of the report of that committee. When a committee of this House, Honorable Speaker, sits, it has the same powers similar to that of the High Court to make certain decisions. They have made the decision under the report, and as such, that report should be adopted wholesomely by this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Gitonga Murungara, you are. The Honorable Joyce Kamwene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to first thank the Trade Committee for the tremendous work that it has done investigating and coming up with this report. I would really want to uphold. And Mr. Speaker, we are here to protect what is ours. It has come out clear that Kalahari Cement Limited is owned, the owners are from Tanzania. How do you give foreigners the first preference to buy shares which belong to a company in Kenya, and whereas Kenya Portland was ready to buy these shares? And to make matters worse, the shares were sold at half price. That is why there is every need to support this report and make sure that these shares that were sold have been revoked and they have been sold in our markets, and Kenya Portland be given the first priority to buy these shares. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is the Honorable Cynthia Munge. Did you speak on this, or you have no interest? The Honorable Yusuf Mohammed. Yes, Yusuf Mohammed is in the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to also add my voice in support of the report. Without much ado, Mr. Speaker, I support the committee's recommendation. Thank you.
The Honorable Elachi, you are on my screen on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after just reading a few of the pages of the report, I just want to first recommend that the committee has very interesting how Portland, a government institution, now sells shares. Now again we are back here returning shares. I mean, the inquiry should be investigating how did it happen and where are the officers who did this? And how do we take it back to EACC? Because this is just a lot of corruption in it when you read this report. So it's not just about buying the shares and returning shares. It's about inquiry of investigating what really happened to a government institution. First of all, that decided one time people who had their own land were chased out of that land, and now you come and give foreigners? No. This covering of many things should not work this way. And so, as much as I want to agree with the report, Mr. Speaker, I would say there's still more of investigations in the same Portland, how things changed hands, and I'm hoping the officers who did this will also face the law as it is, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
The Honorable Njikumuya, here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support the speakers before me. And first, as a very good friend of Tanzania, who always consider Tanzania as a second home, I know Tanzania has enough companies for cement. And Honorable Speaker, it is scaring how we are selling companies in this country almost every other day. If this company gets dominance in terms of shares, our employees who are Kenyans, who are already suffering in Tanzania, will be sacked and they will not have their daily bread as they have had. What is the due diligence, what is the research that was done to conclude as to this sale of shares and this whole process, Honorable Speaker? So I think Kalahari being a foreigner company, this is a Kenyan company, which should be fully owned by Kenyans unless they say themselves they do not have any capacity, yet they haven't. But since this regime took office, we have seen company after the other being put to foreigners. Honorable Speaker, we are not doing well. As Africans, as East Africans, as Kenyans, we should be building more companies, especially in this era of unemployment for our youths, and this is one way. Honorable Speaker, I support the committee and the speakers before me.
Yes, Honorable CPA.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising pursuant to the invitation that it was made to you under your capacity to use your discretion, first of all, and make comment on the standing order that was raised. And listening to what members are contributing, it is clear that there are weighty issues that ought to be looked at deeper than what it is right now. And for that purpose, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair if you allow, and in pursuant to what members have made comment to the responsibility of this honorable House, if you really allow that this particular debate be given ample and adequate interrogation and time. I'm making my contribution, Mr. Speaker. You have to protect me. Because listening to either side of the, we are in agreement to the extent that there are more issues that have to be dealt with, that have to be excavated from the content of this. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon you to make comment on that standing order so that we can move forward. Because you are invited, Mr. Speaker, to use your discretion on the same. Thank you.
Very well. I hear you. Honorable Mawade, what is it? You want to make a contribution? My understanding of the honorable member having stood up on standing order number 96 was informed by the fact that there was no enough interest, but also having followed the debate very well, it was very important to give those who are ready to speak on this. And I did not find it necessary to adjourn at that particular time when there were people who are ready and have been waiting in the House to speak on this. So let's hear what Honorable Mawade has to say before I make a ruling.
Even Nani wants to speak there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the report of the committee. The report of the committee that recommends that these shares should not be sold to Kalahari company. These shares should first of all be given the opportunity of Portland to buy the shares first as compared to selling it to a foreign organization. Lately we've been selling our parastatals to foreign organizations. Eventually we'll end up selling the entire country to foreigners. This country is already a lot of shares, a lot of properties and companies are already owned by foreigners. Here again, there is a Kenyan organization, there is a Kenyan company that's willing and able to allow me.
Point of orders are just ordinary.
Honorable Speaker,
debating.
you know, we are in the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, and I'm listening to Honorable Mawade speaking about selling things to foreigners. Honorable Speaker, in investments, we talk about investors. And any country, anywhere in the world, is always looking for what we call FDIs, foreign direct investments. And therefore, we should not be seen, Honorable Speaker, in any way to be disparaging investors on the basis of where they come from. Whether you are from Turkey, whether you are from Nigeria, whether you are from Uganda, we should be encouraging, and I want to beg the Honorable Mawade to withdraw that otherwise derogatory reference to foreigners when we are discussing serious matters to do with investments. Because I want to believe the people of Embakasi South are very keen to see more foreign direct investments into our country to be able to create employment for young men and women in Embakasi South who have no jobs. That's just by way of guidance that the Honorable Mawade probably withdraw that direct reference to investors as foreigners. Let us be a bit more civil when we discuss matters to do with investments.
Honorable Mawade.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I will not lose time on the time that has been consumed by the point of order. I will, if there is an opportunity for a Kenyan company, which is already there, Portland is ready and available to buy these shares, then let's give the first priority to the local company. We appreciate the direct foreign investment, but when there is a local investor, you should give them priority, and this should be given to the Portland. The other point that was I just heard one of my colleagues indicate that this, and I'm going to derive what he was saying, that since today the members that are present here are not supporting this or are supporting the report and they are not supporting the company to be sold to an outside company, a foreign company, yet there's a company that can buy it in Kenya. Now there is suggestions and recommendations that this be set aside and probably brought back at a time that is favorable. That way we are able to just throw away, sell this organization at, as it was said previously, at 50%. So let's conclude this matter. The members that are here are sufficient. They are able to conclude this matter sufficiently and ably. Thank you.
Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reiterate the motion initially moved by some honorable members here. This matter is concerning a vital public asset. I'm worried about time. I'm worried about the substance of this matter. And Honorable Speaker, I'm worried about our other considerations considering, Honorable Speaker, that we are set to go on recess. We have other businesses, including questions and statements, raising matters of concern to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, without seeking review of your previous decision, may I move, Honorable Speaker, that this motion be adjourned to a future date for a more detailed consideration by the House. And Honorable Speaker, so that we can go to questions, we can go to statements, and this would be important because if we are adjourning today, the matters which were raised for questions, the matters which were raised in request for statements are matters the Kenyans who raised them want to hear about, even if you are going on recess.
We have heard you, Honorable.
May I request that the standing orders require that you make a ruling in the interest of the House and for our convenience. You adjourn this motion. You allow some of us, like myself, who has not read it, to go and read it so that we can come and together as a House we make a decision on this important issue, but we use this time to raise those issues before we go.
Thank you, honorable members. No, we have had enough of that. Honorable members, indeed, when a member rose on standing order number 96, like I put it earlier, I thought there were those members who were ready to debate this particular one. But again, the first speaker who did speak on this, who was the Honorable Daud, raised very pertinent issues. And you were listened to in silence, and your speak was very, very weighty. And given that these are very weighty matters, as you can see, the interests are very high. And the Kenyans, who are the owners of that particular property, are also very important. You would agree with me that this is a matter that would require that we deal with when this House is at a later date. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I want to defer this putting of the question and debate. So therefore, I will proceed to put the question to yourselves, that this particular debate be adjourned until a further sitting. Honorable members, you may take your seats. Honorable members, you may take your seats. I proceed to put the question, which is that this particular debate be adjourned until the next sitting. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
As we move to questions and statements, we have done it very well, very orderly, and everybody has taken his place. Questions and statements, order number 7. A statement by the Honorable Samuel Gachobe, MP, Subukia, is in the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I rise to request for a statement regarding the death of Eric Tanui Koros in a police custody at Solai Police Base. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the death of Mr. Eric Tanui Koros while in a police custody at Solai Police Station. Honorable Speaker, on 7th October 2025, Mr. Eric Tanui Koros of ID number 237-71292 was arrested on allegation of theft and detained at Solai Center Patrol Base, which falls under the jurisdiction of Solai Police Station, Kamukunji, Rongai Sub-County, Nakuru County. He was formally booked into the holding cell at 1540 hours under occurrence book OB number 08 on 7th October 2025. After approximately 1 hour being around 1640 hours, during a routine cell check, the duty officer reportedly discovered that Mr. Koros has died while in custody. The officer promptly reported the matter to the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, and the deceased next of kin were also informed. Family members subsequently visited the scene and positively identified the body as that of Mr. Eric Tanui Koros. Honorable Speaker, the police at Solai Police Base claimed that Mr. Eric Tanui Koros died by suicide through hanging using a strip torn from a blanket issued in the holding cell. The explanation has caused public outrage, with the deceased family and the public seriously questioning the credibility of the claim, particularly given the short time frame between the detention and death of the victim. These circumstances have fueled suspicion of foul play and a cover-up. The death in the police custody, especially within 1 hour of arrest, raises fundamental concern about human rights, police accountability, and public trust in the rule of law. It demands an immediate, thorough, impartial, and fully transparent investigation by an independent body with no connection to the arresting or detaining officer. Additionally, the family of Mr. Eric Tanui Koros is entitled to the truth regarding the circumstances of the loved one's death. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. Roman 1, a comprehensive report on the investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Eric Tanui Koros while in police custody at Solai Police Patrol Base. Roman 2, a detailed account of all actions by police officers in relation to Mr. Koros from the moment of his arrest, transportation to the police base, booking, detention, cell checks, and any medical attention provided up to the point of discovery of his lifeless body. Roman 3, any disciplinary action or criminal measures taken against the officers who were on duty at Solai Police Patrol Base at the time of the occurrence, including whether any officer has been interdicted, suspended, arraigned or charged in connection with the death of Mr. Koros. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The statement is referred to the Chair, Administration and Internal Security. Yes, the deputy is there.
Mr. Speaker, we'll respond to this 2 weeks after we come back from recess. Thank you.
Very well, 2 weeks after recess. The next statement is by the Honorable Cynthia Muge, MP, Nandi County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding 2 tragic incidents of insecurity in Tinret, Nandi County. Honorable Speaker, on the night of 30th November 2025, unknown armed assailants raided a Chebonet Cooperative Society, and during this heinous act, Mr. Kibitok Arab Chirchir, a security guard at the cooperative, was killed, and the attackers made away with significant quantities of coffee beans that had been stored in the cooperative. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, on the night of 2nd December 2025, the Kenland Cooperative Society was attacked, leading to the tragic killing of Mr. Jafet Kurgat. These shocking incidents have caused immense fear and distress among farmers and residents in the area. Of great concern, Honorable Speaker, is the pattern of the insecurity incidents within days of one another, highlighting an alarming rise in security targeting cooperative societies and the agricultural value chain in the region. Such incidents, as Honorable Speaker, severely undermine the effort of our farmers and cooperative societies, which are striving to build Nandi County's contribution to the national coffee production. Honorable Speaker, there are also growing concerns regarding cartels operating outside legally recognized cooperative channels and engaged in illegal hawking of coffee beans. These cartels, Honorable Speaker, exploit gaps in enforcement and create porous conditions that aid the coffee beans theft and the smuggling of the coffee beans and other forms of illicit coffee business. Their actions, Honorable Speaker, destabilize the sector. It distorts the prices, it sabotages the cooperative structures, and exposes farmers to exploitation. Calling for urgent intervention to safeguard the gains made by coffee farmers in Nandi County and other regions in this country is paramount. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following matters. 1, Honorable Speaker, a report on the steps that have been taken by the National Police Service to investigate the 2 attacks and bring the perpetrators to justice. Number 2, the security measures being implemented to protect cooperative societies and coffee storage facilities in Nandi County from attacks and theft of coffee beans. Number 3, the actions being taken to dismantle cartels involved in the illegal hawking of coffee beans and to seal loopholes that allow theft and illicit trade to flourish. 4, Honorable Speaker, the long-term strategies in place or being developed to safeguard high-value agricultural commodities and to protect farmers from organized criminal elements. And lastly, the support being provided to the families of the slain guards and the government initiatives to enhance better protection of individuals working in private security firms. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we could respond quickly to this, but because of recess, I think we can only say that immediately we come from recess, then we'll be able to respond to Honorable colleague.
So 2 weeks after recess.
2 weeks.
Very well. A statement by the Honorable Abdi Ali Abdi, MP Jara. Please give Abdi the mic.
Honorable Speaker, in pursuit to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the status of water connectivity in Ijara constituency. Honorable Speaker,
access to clean, safe, and sustainable water is a fundamental human right expressly guaranteed under Article 43 of the Constitution, and a cornerstone of public health, food security, economic prosperity, and environmental resilience. In Ijara constituency, a region of over 300 people, as per the projection 2025 projection, situated along the perennial River Tana, this constitutional entitlement remains gravely unfulfilled. Despite the river's abundance, reliable piped water reaches only a small minority of households. The vast majority rely on untreated surface water, distant and frequent saline boreholes, costly water tracking, or unregulated vendors exposing communities to recurrent waterborne diseases, crippling expenditures, lost productivity, and acute vulnerability to climatic shocks. The devastating 2025 drought recorded by meteorologists as the worst in 50 years, with temperatures regularly exceeding 40 degrees, has intensified this crisis to a breaking point. Honorable Speaker, nationally, per capita water consumption has fallen to 26.4 liters per day. In rural Ijara constituency, households often survive on less than 15 to 20 liters, barely 1/3 of the World Health Organization minimum standard of 50 liters required for basic health and dignity. Persistent shortages compounded by power outages, silted intakes, and chronic maintenance delays perpetuate a vicious circle of disease, school absenteeism, particularly among girls tasked with water collections, diminished livelihoods, and deepening poverty. This situation constitutes a systematic and a continuing violation of the state constitutional duty to progressively realize the right to water without discrimination. Immediate large-scale and climate-resilient investment in suitable water infrastructure for Ijara is therefore an urgent moral imperative. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the following: the current planning, design, procurement status of Ijara Water Works, that is piping from Masalani to Ijara, Sengailu, Hulugo, that is Masalani, Ijara, Bodai town, and also Masalani to Kuhara, Kotile, and Korisa and Abaratiro through the Northern Waterworks Development Agency. Budgetary allocation and financial plan for the project, if any, including funds already disbursed, the challenges including technical, financial, or administrative, under the strategic interventions taken by the ministry to overcome those challenges. Plans put in place by the ministry to guarantee the long-term sustainability, efficiency, and affordability of water supply to the people living along Tana River corridors and also above Tana River corridors, that is Ijara to that is Masalani to Ijara, Hulugo, Sengailu, that is also Masalani Ijara to Bodai town, and that's also Ijara Masalani to Kotile, Hara, Korisa, and Abalatiro. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chair, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation. Very well. The statement is referred to that particular committee, the Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, and leadership to inform the Chair the same, and to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. The next statement is by the Honorable Emate Namwar, MP Turkana.
Request for statement regarding disruption of the Kalokol water project in Turkana Central constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the disruption of the Kalokol water project in Turkana Central constituency due to rising water levels in Lake Turkana. Honorable Speaker, residents of Turkana Central constituency, particularly those in Kalokol and parts of Kangatodha ward, have for a long time faced chronic water scarcity due to arid climatic conditions, erratic rainfall patterns, and inadequate water infrastructure. According to the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey, KDHS 2022, only 42% of households in Turkana County have access to at least a basic safe drinking water service, compared to the national average of 68%. To address this need, the Kalokol Water Project was initiated under the Central Rift Valley Waterworks Authority, with water sourced from the Elia Spring in Kangatodha Ward. The project was designed to supply approximately 21,841 residents with water through a 35-kilometer pipeline with distribution points at Wadach, Lobolo, Loyoro, Napeget, and Nayane Kalale. However, in July 2025, rising water levels in Lake Turkana submerged the Elia Spring, crippling the project. This disruption has adversely affected households, businesses, tourism, and public institutions relying on this water supply. This situation has caused setbacks in the progress made towards addressing water scarcity in Turkana and highlights the urgent need for sustainable and climate-adaptive water systems in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the following. Number one, a report on assessment of the damage caused by the rising water levels of Lake Turkana on the Elia Spring and the Kalokol Water Project, including its impact on livelihoods and the community. Two, reasons for implementation of the Kalokol Water Project by the Central Rift Valley Waterworks Authority instead of the North Rift Waterworks Development Authority, which ordinarily has jurisdiction over Turkana County. Number three, immediate and long-term measures that the ministry has taken to salvage or rehabilitate the Elia water spring, including provision of alternative and sustainable water sources to ensure uninterrupted water supply to residents of Turkana Central constituency. 4, specific timelines for the revival and full restoration of the Kalokol Water Project. And number 5, plans put in place by the ministry to safeguard water infrastructure in low-lying and climate-vulnerable areas of Turkana County and other arid and semi-arid areas. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Again, the statement is referred to the Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, and to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. The next statement is by the Honorable Tandaza Kasim MP, but I have a letter here to the Speaker of the National Assembly asking the Honorable Elachi to actually read the statement on his behalf. Is Honorable Elachi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a statement regarding the blocking of a bank account of a Kenyan citizen by the Al Raji Bank in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request from a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the blockage over the bank account of Ms. Msawe Suleiman Mambo, a Kenyan national, by the Al Raji Bank in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Msawe Suleiman Mambo of passport number AK04694069 has been living and working in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, during which period she opened and operated a bank account with Al Raji Bank. On 7th September 2025, While at the airport in Saudi Arabia for her flight back to Kenya, she was able to access her bank account and transact without difficulty. However, upon her arrival in Kenya on 8 September 2025, she has been unsuccessful in reaching the bank, which remains unresponsive, and no reasons have been given for blocking access to her account. The account holds her savings accumulated during her period of employment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is unfortunate that with her life savings locked and inaccessible, she is now unable to afford basic amenities, further exacerbating the economic challenges she faces in settling back in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following: the steps taken by the Kenyan Embassy in Saudi Arabia in collaboration with the relevant Saudi Arabian authorities to facilitate the restoration of Ms. Msawe Suleiman's access to the bank account to allow utilization of her funds, and the measures put in place to strengthen consular support for Kenyans working in the Gulf region, including assistance in financial disputes, documentation, challenges, and other forms of distress. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The statement is referred to the Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. Is the chair in the House? The Vice Chair, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I think looking at the urgency of that matter, we will be able to do that 2 weeks within resumption of recess, but nevertheless, we'll be able to transmit the same to the ministry concerned so that they can give us an answer even much earlier.
Very well. The next statement is by the Honorable Bernard Shinali, MP, Ikolomani constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the disruption of a public participation forum in Bushangala, Isolo Ikolomani constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the violent disruption of a public participation forum convened by the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, today, 4th December 2025, in Bushangala, Imusali, Isolo area, in Ikolomani constituency. Honorable Speaker, NEMA invited members of the public from Bushangala area, Ikolomani constituency, to a public participation forum to present their views on the environmental impact assessment EIA study report by Shanda called Kenya Limited for the proposed Isolo Bushangala underground coal mining project in Musoli and Isolo locations, Kakamega South Sub-County. However, anti-riot police were deployed to the venue where they reportedly lobbied tear gas at the members of the public and dispersed them from the meeting that was scheduled to commence at 10 a.m. It is regrettable that the meeting turned violent, with attendees indicating that there was use of excessive force on unarmed members of the public. 3 people have died. Honorable Speaker. People are feared dead. While so many people are feared dead, while several others have sustained injuries during what was intended to be a peaceful participatory exercise as guaranteed by Article 10 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this comes barely 3 weeks after NEMA cancelled another widely publicized public participation that was scheduled to take place at Bushangala Technical Training Institute, citing concerns about the security situation. The deployment of police not to ensure security, but to use disproportionate force not only undermines the principle of public participation activities, but also raises serious concerns on the conduct of law enforcement agencies in such an instance. Public participation must be safe, inclusive, respectful, and protected as guaranteed by the Constitution. It is, Honorable Speaker, it is under this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. A report on the events that happened in Bushangala today, 4th December 2025, including circumstances that led to the deployment of anti-riot police at a public participation forum and the reported use of excessive force. Number 2, status of investigations into the alleged death and injuries suffered by members of public. Number 3, steps that the Ministry of Interior and National Administration is taking to ensure the law enforcement agencies protect and not infringe on constitutional rights, particularly during this such a public participation. Number 4, the reason for NEMA exposing public to attacks by convening a second public participation exercise in the same area before guaranteeing the safety of members of public, given that the initial activity was cancelled due to security concerns, and measures that the ministry is taking in conjunction with the NEMA to safeguard the public participation process to ensure it is free from intimidation or harm.
Once you have done the statement as it was, are you through?
Honorable Speaker, allow me to mourn with my people who have died. They were exercising their right, constitutional right.
Please, Honorable Shinali, the list of statements is, so take just 1 minute.
Just 1 minute, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I wish to convey my condolence to the families, the people of Ikolomani, people of Kakamega, and the public for the instances which have happened in Ikolomani. They are uncalled for. Any investment that we require or is coming in an area must be in a civilized manner, must not be forced onto people. Then by this community, their stakeholders, and we have, most importantly, the artisanal miners, which must be conducted, engaged, and agree on how to work together. This is a shame that is happening today in Kenya, that we believe such a things, such a instances, using of force, deploying police on unarmed citizens is barbaric.
Very well.
Thank you.
The list of statements were overwhelming. This one is referred to the Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Chair. Please give the chair the mic. Honorable Tongoyo. You can use that one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We can able to give the response the first Thursday on resumption from recess. But in between, considering the seriousness of the issue, once we get the response from the minister, I can as well transmit the response to the concerned member of parliament, considering that we will be on a long recess. And I equally join the Member of Parliament to pass my condolences to the family of the lost ones.
Very well.
Yeah.
The next statement is by the Honorable Joseph Gitari, MP Kirinyaga Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Diaspora and Migrant Workers Committee and repatriation of Mrs. Ririan Jerry Jockey from Oman. Honorable Speaker, on 8 November 2025, Ririan Jerry Jockey, holder of passport number AK 129-2887, traveled to Oman under domestic worker visa issued by her official sponsor, Mr. Isa Abdul Sarim Al Mamari of Shohal, Oman. She was recruited through Mosa Placement Company, located at Campus Towers, Nairobi. Shortly after commencing employment, Jockey fell ill and sought medical attention. Subsequently, she was dismissed by her employer and handed over to a local recruitment agency, where she was allegedly subjected to assault, verbal abuse, and confinement in a hostel without access to medical care. The agency is reportedly demanding a payment of $2,000 as a condition for her release and repatriation to Kenya. The action raised grave concerns relating to the labor exploitation, coercion, and possible human trafficking, and require urgent intervention. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Diaspora and Migrant Workers Committee on the following. The immediate steps the government is taking to secure the safety of Ririan Jerry Jockey of passport number AK 129-2887, who is stranded in Oman, and facilitate access to medical care and repatriation to Kenya. Number two, a report on whether Mosa Placement Company is duly licensed in accordance with existing regulation governing foreign employment, recruitment, and a track record of the company's recruitment activities from its inception. Three, long-term measures the government is putting in place to strengthen protection mechanisms for Kenyan migrant workers to prevent exploitation and abuse by recruitment agencies and employers. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Diaspora and Migrant Workers. Is the chair in the House? Honorable Dido Raso, you inform the chair of Diaspora and Migrant Workers that this statement will be replied to 2 weeks after recess. Next statement, yes, Dido Raso?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Most obliged.
Thank you. The next statement is by the Honorable Mohammed Machele, MP, Mvita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Provisional Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education regarding the harmonization of the house allowance and review of the delocalization policy for teachers in Mombasa County. Honorable Speaker, Mombasa is the second largest city in Kenya and among the most expensive to live in. Despite the high cost of housing, the Teachers Service Commission, TSC, continue to categorize Mombasa under Cluster 2, while Nairobi is classified as Cluster 1, resulting in a wide disparity in house allowances. For example, teachers in job group C5 earning Kenya shilling 25,500 in Mombasa, compared to Kenya shilling 35,000 in Nairobi. While while those in D1 to D3 earning Kenya shilling 28,000 in Mombasa against Kenya shilling 45,000 in Nairobi. This disparity has demoralized teachers in Mombasa who struggle to afford decent house despite working in a city with a cost of living comparable to Nairobi. To make matter worse, the TSC continued to enforce the delocalization policy under which teachers promoted to administrative positions such as head teacher or deputy head teacher are transferred outside Mombasa County. This not only disturbed families but also reduced their house allowance when moved to a low-cost cluster, effectively turning promotion into a financial demotion. This policy is both unfair and counterproductive. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1. A report on the reason for continued classification of Mombasa City under Cluster 2, despite the high cost of living comparable to Nairobi City. 2. Clarification on the criteria for clustering house allowances and whether TSC has conducted any recent cost of living assessment of urban areas and cities, especially Mombasa City, to inform the house allowances. 3. Step been taken by the TSC intend to harmonize the house allowances for teachers in Mombasa with those in Nairobi, give the comparable cost of living. 4. Mechanism in place to cushion teachers affected by the delocalization policy from reduction in house allowances upon promotion to the low-cost cluster regions. And 5. Step been taken to repost delocalization teachers moved through promotion back to their previous station in line with government commitment to end punitive transfers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, the statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Education and to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. The next statement is by the Honorable Yusuf Farah, MP, Wajir West, who was in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement regarding frequent power blackouts in Wajir County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding frequent power blackouts in Wajir County. Honorable Speaker, for several months, residents of Wajir Town had endured persistent and prolonged power outages, some lasting several days. These blackouts have caused immense inconvenience and disrupted essential services, including health services, thereby compromising cold chain systems for vaccines. Local businesses that rely on electricity have also suffered significant losses due to the power outages. Notably, Mr. Speaker, the Hadado mini-grid, which was constructed to supplement power supply in the area, has experienced operational difficulties since 2022, worsening the situation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1. The reasons for the persistent power outages currently being experienced in Wajir County and the immediate and long-term measures that the government will put in place to resolve the matter. 2. The operational status of the Hadado mini-grid in Wajir County. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Energy. Is the chair in the House? Vice Chair? Honorable Raso again, you informed your colleague chair, and this statement to be replied to 2 weeks after recess.
Most obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next statement is by the Honorable Raila Kasiwai, MP, West Pokot.
Request for statement regarding the welfare and rights of workers engaged in the Kitale-Morpus Road. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor regarding the recent protests by workers engaged in the construction of the Kitale-Morpus Road in West Pokot County. Honorable Speaker, the construction of the Kitale-Morpus Road in West Pokot County being implemented by the Chongqing International Construction Corporation, CICO, the construction commenced in November 2024, and approximately 100 workers are currently assigned to the site. However, the workers have raised serious concerns regarding poor remuneration, harassment at the workplace, and exposed to unsafe and hazardous poor working conditions without adequate safety measures. Honorable Speaker, while the grievances have been highlighted by workers on the Kitale-Morpus Road, similar complaints have been reported across various work sites in the country, pointing to a broader systemic challenge that requires urgent intervention. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the following. 1, measures put in place by the Ministry of Labor to investigate the allegations of poor pay, harassment, and unsafe working conditions affecting workers employed by CICO on the Kitale-Morpus Road project in West Pokot. 2, steps in place to ensure that all workers engaged in the project enjoy their constitutional rights, including the freedom to join and participate in trade unions without intimidation or victimization. 3, I want to know the mechanisms that exist at the ministry level to monitor compliance with occupational safety standards on construction sites nationwide. And lastly, but not least, Honorable Speaker, I want to know the long-term policy or enforcement actions being pursued to address the recurring national complaints relating to workers' rights, fair remuneration, and protection from exploitation on public and private infrastructure projects. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Great. The statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Labor. Is the chair or vice chair in the House? Any member from the Labor Committee?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I may not commit, but within that time of recess, maybe in the first 2 weeks, can be able to report the report of the statement.
You just need to commit because you can always act. So 2 weeks.
2 weeks
after recess. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The next statement is by the Honorable makwiny, MP Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is a request for a statement regarding the alleged grabbing of land for public utility in Umoja and Embakasi West. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the alleged grabbing of a public utility land in Umoja and Embakasi West constituency. Honorable Speaker, the parcel land LR number Nairobi, block 109-2380, situated along Moi Drive in Umoja area, Embakasi West constituency, was originally designated as a public utility intended for the benefit of residents. Despite the need for essential facilities, including provision of a bus terminus to serve public service vehicles operating along the area, the land has allegedly been illegally occupied by a private individual. This alleged encroachment has raised concern among residents who rely on the facility for essential social services. Such encroachment, if not forestalled, could undermine public confidence in land administration and deny communities access to essential services. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the following. One, a report on the current ownership status of Nairobi Block 109/2380 situated along Moi Drive in Umoja area, Embakasi West constituency, including details of any allocation or change of user that may have been undertaken and the legality of such allocations or changes. Two, the steps being taken to investigate the alleged land grabbing and restore the land to its intended public purpose. Three, the immediate measures being taken to ensure that the residents regain access to the land for its intended public benefit. And finally, the long-term measures in place to safeguard public utility lands from encroachment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Great. The statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Lands to be answered 2 weeks after recess. Chair Lands, Honorable Raso, again I'll refer to you to inform the chair. Give Honorable Raso the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most obliged.
Very well. The next statement is by the Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP Machakos County.
Thank you, Mr.
There's a mic just next to you. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request for a statement regarding the squatters residing on the land LR number 111-895/20 in Sabaki, Athi River, Mavoko Sub-County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee of Lands regarding the squatters living on the parcel of land LR number 11895/20 Sabaki in Athi River, Mavoko Sub-County, which is being claimed by the Numerical Machinery Complex Limited. Honorable Speaker, the parcel of land LR number 11895/20 has been in habitation by squatters in the Sabati area since 2006. Over the years, the residents have invested their time, resources, and efforts in transforming the land, establishing homes, and forming cohesive and thriving community. However, on 26th January 2022, Numerical Machinery Complex Limited issued a caveat notice claiming ownership of the land, indicating its intention to sell it. The company has already hived off and sold portions of the said land to private developers, despite numerous letters from the squatters requesting consideration for settlement or compensation for developments made on the land. The company is yet to respond. The residents now face imminent eviction for the loss of their long-established investment. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee of Lands on the following. Roman 1, the current ownership status of the parcel of land LR number 11895/20, including what portion of it has been located or transferred to private individuals. Roman 2, the immediate measures in place to protect the squatters from harassment, intimidation, or eviction pending an amicable resolution for the matter. 3, the steps being taken by the ministry to resolve the stalemate between the squatters and Numerical Machinery Complex Limited. And 4, the strategy that the government intends to adapt to prevent unauthorized occupation of idle public land in future to forestall similar disputes. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, refer to the Departmental Committee on Lands and to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. Honorable members, I appreciate you having stayed long, and please move faster so that we may actually have all the statements read. Let's have a statement from the Honorable Suleha Harun, MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development regarding the severe and escalating drought situation in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, Mandera County is facing one of the most severe droughts in decades following the complete failure of the rainfall during the 2 consecutive seasons, the short rains and the long rains in 2025. The impact have been devastating and far-reaching. Livestock, the cornerstone of the livelihood of the county's predominantly pastoralist communities, have died in catastrophic numbers, wiping out household wealth built over generations. Thousands of families who were once lived with dignity are now confronting acute hunger, severe water scarcity, and the looming threat of famine. Honorable Speaker, the situation has escalated into a full-scale humanitarian emergency that now requires urgent national intervention, including a formal declaration of the drought as a national disaster. Such a declaration will unlock emergency funding, enhance intergovernmental and interagency coordination, and accelerate the mobilization of both domestic and international assistance. Timely and scaled-up action is essential to prevent widespread loss of life and irreversible socio-economic collapse in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on the following. 1, emergency measures being put in place by the Ministry for East African Community Affairs and Regional Development to supply food, water, medical assistance to the affected communities in Mandera County. 2, consideration, if any, to declare drought in northern Kenya a national disaster so as to scale up interventions to address the humanitarian crisis. 3, action being taken by the Ministry for the long-term interventions to build resilience and prevent such severe impacts of droughts in the future. And 4, timelines within which the government intends to deploy adequate emergency relief to avert further loss of lives in the region. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Great. Refer to the Departmental Committee on Regional Development and to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. Honorable Raso again undertake to inform the Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Most obliged.
The next statement is by the Honorable Peter Kihungi, MP, Kangema.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Department Committee on Tourism Wildlife regarding the prevalence of stray wild dogs attacks in Kangema constituency. Honorable Speaker, in the past few months, residents of Kangema constituency have witnessed a worrying escalation of attacks by stray wild dogs, which has resulted in life-threatening injuries to the residents, loss of livestock, and led to widespread fear among the residents. On 29th October 2025, Mr. Julius Gujiri of ID number 1912235 was attacked by wild dogs in Kehuro village and rushed to Mount Kenya Hospital, where he is currently recuperating. His cow was also attacked and later tested positive for rabies on 18th November 2025. The cow thereafter died as a result of rabies on 19th November 2025. Similarly, on 8th November 2025, Ms. Beatrice Nyabura Mwagi of ID number 126673325 was also attacked in the same village by wild dogs barely a week after Mr. Gojiri's instance. On the same day, Ms. Luce Waithera Kamau of ID number 144488851 was attacked by wild dogs at Kagongo village in Keirate sublocation and is currently receiving treatment at Kagema level 3 hospital. In addition to human attacks, the wild dogs also attack livestock even in Homestead. This incident indicates serious escalating matter of public concern, especially with the confirmation of rabies in one of the affected animals. The residents of Kehuro, Kagongo, and Keirate village now live in fear, fearing unsafe even within their own homestead. Although these incidents have been reported at Kagema police station, no action has been taken to curb this attack. While the control of domestic animals generalized with the county government, the incident reported in Kagema involved packs of wild dogs and feral dogs whose behavior and repeated attack pose risk associated with dangerous wildlife, which are under the mandate of Kenya Wildlife Service. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on the following. 1, an incident report on wild stray dogs attack in Kagema constituency over the past 12 months, including medical and veterinary records. 2, measures put in place by the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife to put down the wild dogs, including emergency response mechanism in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. And 3, plans by the ministry to compensate the affected residents and livestock owners, including specific timeline for the said compensation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Great. The statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife and to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. The last statement here is by the Honorable Gideon Kimayo. Is Honorable Gideon Kimayo in the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives regarding the delayed payments owed to dairy farmers supplying milk to the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries, that is the new KCC. Honorable Speaker, farmers supplying milk to new KCC have raised grave concerns over prolonged non-payments of dues amounting to approximately 300 million shillings accumulated between August and October 2025. This delay has placed dairy farmers, particularly smallholder producers, under immense financial strain. Many rely on timely monthly payments to purchase animal feeds, access veterinary services, meet household needs, service agricultural loans, and sustain dairy operations. As a direct consequence of these unpaid dues, farmers are now struggling to maintain their herds, with some reportedly reducing production or disposing of livestock to manage escalating costs and avoid further losses. Honorable Speaker, farmers further contend that the new KCC has renegated on its commitment to implement the cash 50 shillings per litre farm gate price for milk, in line with the directive issued by His Excellency the President, aimed at cushioning farmers and promoting a fair and sustainable dairy market. This has further deepened the economic distress of farmers already contending with high production costs, inflationary pressures, and volatile market conditions. The continued financial hardships facing farmers, who form the backbone of Kenya's dairy sector, pose a significant threat to agricultural productivity, food security, and rural economic stability. The plight calls for urgent redress to protect livelihoods, restore confidence in dairy value chain, and ensure fair compensation for their labor and investment. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the following. 1,
the measures the ministry is taking to ensure that the new KCC settles all outstanding payments owed to farmers, including the delayed dues amounting to approximately 300 million shillings. 2, the steps the ministry is taking to ensure full implementation of the 50 shillings per litre farm gate price for milk as directed by His Excellency the President, and what mechanisms are in place to monitor the compliance by the new KCC and other processors. The long-term interventions being put in place to prevent recurrence of delayed payments by new KCC, including oversight, regulatory enforcement, and financing measures to safeguard farmers' income and stabilize the dairy sector. And lastly, the status report on the financial health, operational capacity, and liquidity of the new KCC, and indicate whether these delays point to underlying structural or management challenges within the institution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, the statement is referred to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Is the chair in the House? Are you a member of that committee? Okay, then wait. This statement to be replied to 2 weeks after recess. And yes, what do you have to say, Honorable? The honor of the statement, please give.
Honorable Speaker, I know you are going for recess. Farmers have not been paid for 3 months now. So if we wait for this statement to come in February, farmers will continue to suffer. I don't know what interventions, Mr. Speaker, that can be made so that a statement, even if it is released within 1 week, even if we are in recess, because we care about our farmers, and you see the interest in members.
Order, Honorable Gideon Kimayo. You know, if you had brought this statement much earlier, and I'm a religious follower of the House, I sit just right behind where you are, we would have already dealt with it. Now that you brought it at the last end, we shall still have to follow the standing orders of the House. Yes, Honorable Mchangi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am concerned over the issues raised by Honorable Gideon Kimayo. And while he has brought a statement now, I am on record, Honorable Speaker, as having brought a statement on the same issue of non-payment of dues owed to milk farmers.
Order, Honorable Mchangi.
Honorable
Mchangi. The matter concerning the tea payments, or the payment to farmers of tea, is a big matter that has been discussed not by just only you, by many, many members. And I think several interventions have been undertaken. Yes. And therefore, I think we don't usually discuss statements. You will have a chance to have a bite on this when the replies do come. Honorable members, I want to thank you for your resilience to undertake the many, many matters that concern Kenyans, and also wish you the very best as we go on the long recess, and also proceed for Christmas and New Year. And again, I want to join the rest of the leaders to wish the teams that are going to Uganda the best as we proceed. Honorable members, we may be up, standing. Honorable members, and the time now being 9:13 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 10th February 2026 at 2:30 p.m.